This special meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:30 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Okay, you can mark your attendance. Okay, we have 5 members present, and I believe Ms. Jones is on her way in traffic, so we'll mark her present when she is here. All right. The first thing on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, parents, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except through the proper channels. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public comment. Anyone who wanted to speak during the public comment portion of this meeting was required to sign up prior to the start of the meeting. Each public comment speaker will be allowed to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. Yielding of time to other speakers is not permitted. As this is a special meeting, comments are only allowed on posted agenda items. Speakers need to keep their comments civil and courteous and avoid using profanity. Speakers will not be allowed to discuss students who are not their own. While speakers may criticize any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service of the board, personal attacks or complaints about individuals will not be allowed. If you have a specific complaint against an individual, I am required to stop you and direct you to seek resolution through the district grievance process. DGB-A for employee complaints, FNG for parent or student complaints, and GF for community complaints. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration offices. And for our record, I saw Ms. Jones sneak in at 5:31, so welcome this evening. All right, with those instructions in mind, our first public comment speaker is Maria Kizaka, if you can repronounce it for me. Okay. Oh, yes, you have very swirly handwriting, which is beautiful. So, all right, you are first up.
Good evening, School Board President, Ms. Ryan, School Board Trustees, and Dr. Jackalish. I am Maria Quesada, the TSA representative working with Judson Education Association. I am here today to advocate for a 1.5% salary increase for all teachers and support staff. Alternative to the raise could be a one-time 1.5% retention bonus to all teachers and support staff. While 1.5% may seem like a modest adjustment, it represents an important investment in the people who make our school successful every day. Our teachers and support staff are the foundation of student achievement. Teachers dedicated countless hours to planning lessons, analyzing student data, communicating with families, and ensuring that every child has the opportunity to succeed. Beyond academics, they serve as mentors, role models, trusted adults who help students navigate challenges both inside and outside the classroom. At the same time, our support staff members, including paraprofessionals, custodians, secretaries, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and maintenance personnel, play a crucial role in the educational process. They ensure that our schools are safe, welcome, organized, functioning efficiently. Without their dedication and hard work, our schools simply cannot operate efficiently. A 1.5% raise recognizes the value of these employees, demonstrate our appreciation for their commitment to our students and community. As the cost of living continues to rise, even a modest salary increase can help employees manage everyday expenses and maintain financial stability. More importantly, it sends a message that their contribution notices and respected. Providing this increase can also help strengthen employees' morale and retention. School districts across the country continue to face challenges in recruiting and retaining qualified educators, support staff, personnel. When employees feel valued and supported, they are more likely to remain committed to the district. And reducing turnover and preserving the experience and expertise that benefit our students. Investing in our employees is ultimately an investment in our students. When teachers and support staff feel appreciated, they are better positive focus. Their energy are creating positive learning environments and helping students reach their full potential. Tonight, I respectfully ask you to support a 1.5% raise for teachers and support staff. This increase reflects our appreciation for their dedication and acknowledges their important work that they do each day, and reinforces our commitment to attracting and retaining our outstanding professionals who serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quezada. Next up is Kate Wood, and on deck will be Melissa Lozano.
Hi, good evening, Board and Dr. J. I'm here tonight to draw your attention to a critical pay inequity regarding the academic trainer role in our upcoming 26-27 compensation plan. I spoke in August regarding the inequity of the 25-26 compensation for academic trainers. I have brought a copy of the 24-25 compensation plan, which I believe you have in front of you, as that was in place when I initially accepted the role. As you can see, academic trainers never received a raise for the promotion. We still earned the same daily rate as our classroom colleagues. We simply earned more because we worked more days. Now the promotion is a pay decrease. Currently, academic trainers are placed on the nurse, librarian, and counselor salary schedule instead of the teacher schedule, despite teaching teachers. To see the true inequity, we have to look at the daily rates. For the 26-27 school year, a classroom teacher at step 11 has the daily rates $373.55. However, an academic trainer at the exact same step has a daily rate of $353.31. That means as an academic trainer, I am paid $20.24 less per day than a classroom teacher. Because my contract requires me to work 197 days, 10 days more than a classroom teacher, this daily rate deficit compounds. When you calculate that daily loss across my contract, I am essentially working 10.5 days for free compared to the teacher scale. Furthermore, because of the change in contract titles this year, it appears academic trainers may be excluded from the master's degree stipend, an advanced degree which directly informs my professional development that I provide. Our role is completely devalued. You're asking campus leaders to master multiple curriculums, train non-certified staff, and work a longer school year, all while earning a significantly lower daily wage than the teachers we support. This past year alone, I personally supported 5 DOI teachers while simultaneously coaching 3 certified teachers who were entirely new to RLA or middle school. That is 8 classrooms relying on intensive support. I spent my days analyzing data, planning, co-teaching, and modeling lessons to stabilize these environments. And the results are in Metzger's RLA data. The 7th and 8th grade had the most novice RLA teachers and made meaningful gains this year. To do this work effectively, academic trainers must master multiple complex curriculums and understand vertical alignment across several grade levels. We serve as the primary onboarding, training, and retention mechanism for the district's most vulnerable classrooms. Yet our compensation does not reflect that. I understand the budgetary challenges the board is facing. Devaluing academic trainers to this extent is counterproductive to the long-term academic goals and needs this board has previously expressed. And while I have a few remaining seconds, that's all I prepared, I'd like to share that 6th graders have a charming trait of calling you by whatever they know you by. And I have heard Miss Teacher's teacher more time than I can count. The 6th graders know what I do. I hope you guys do too.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. All right, next up is Melissa Lozano, and Michelle Barrett is on deck.
Thank you, Board. I am that teacher from that school in this district. I'm Melissa Lozano, a resident of JISD and teacher since 1999. Mrs. Lee and Principal Davis, I hope y'all sit a foot taller when you hear Metzger scores. You asked for growth, we gave it to you. The growth you see is directly related to instructional coaches. Wood and Dr. Mondone from Metzger worked so hard for us. Miss Wood would hand me teaks and be like, make sure you teach this. And it affected the outcomes so successfully. Also, Mejias and Freeman from my favorite department, the bilingual and ESL, Director Richardson, the LPAC coordinator Brill, Secretary Neves, Data Curriculum Pena, and again, one of my favorite people, Ms. Stefik. This department is successful. all it is showing you is growth. Lots of growth, especially when you look at LPAC TELPAS scores. We went from 0 to 4. We're doing the work. It breaks my heart that Ms. Wood had to come up here and show you this big difference in pay she's making. Please think about when you're doing the budget, nickel and diamond teachers isn't going to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lozano. All right, and next up is Michelle Barrett.
Good evening, board members, President Ryan, and Dr. J. My name is Michelle Barrett, and I'm here tonight to ask you to reconsider any proposal that you have to reduce or eliminate the Wagner feeder pattern stipend and to keep it at $1,000. The educators who serve in this area serve some of the highest needs students populations. Many of our students come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds and face challenges that extend far beyond the classroom. Yet our teachers show up every day committed to helping those students succeed because they believe in the students, their families, and their community. The $1,000 stipend is more than a number on a paycheck. It is the acknowledgement of the unique challenges and additional demands that come with serving these campuses. Teachers are already carrying an enormous load. We are being asked to do more every year while facing increasing student needs, staffing shortages, and growing expectations. At the same time, teachers are struggling financially. Many are already feeling the effects of the rising costs and the stagnant pay. Reducing or removing this stipend would place an even greater burden on the very educators who are working in some of the most challenging environments in our district. It sends a message that while more is being asked of teachers, less is being given in return. We have seen what happens when educators feel undervalued. Teachers leave, schools lose experienced staff, students lose consistency, and campuses are forced to start over again and again. If this stipend is reduced or eliminated, I believe we risk another significant exodus of teachers from the Wagner feeder pattern. Retaining quality educators is far less costly than constantly recruiting and training new ones. The students in the Wagner feeder pattern deserve experienced, dedicated teachers who choose to stay. Maintaining this $1,000 stipend is not just about supporting teachers. It's about supporting students and ensuring stability in our schools. I respectfully ask that you keep the $1,000 stipend for the Wagner feeder pattern. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. All right, that was our last public speaker, so we will move on with our agenda because I know there's a lot of people who have somewhere else they would rather be at 7:30 tonight, right? In front of a TV somewhere. So, and while we're on that topic, two shout outs. I'll take a point of personal privilege. To, if you didn't catch the game, the first game, our Veterans Memorial Patriot ROTC Color Guard. Yeah. Out there, congratulations. Those students represented Veterans Memorial and all of Judson ISD amazingly, so what an honor, and I'm so glad we got to do that. And shout out to our 2 Thunderbird alumni who are out there on the court too, and we have a rich legacy. Everybody thinks of us as a football district, but we're kind of a basketball district, and we've got a lot of very well-known names, and it's awesome to see a couple of those T-Birds out there representing us on TV, so even if it's not for the Spurs. But so yeah, so we will keep moving through the agenda as quickly as we can so that everybody can at least catch most of the game. So, all right, I will turn it over to you, Dr. J, then for the superintendent report. I'll give you all a moment to get in your places.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tonight, I have some special friends with us. They're sitting in the front row. We've spent a lot of time together last week and this week going through our data and coming up with how, as a school district and as a team, that we can go ahead and better support our students, our families, and each other throughout this academic journey. We're going to share with you our end-of-year growth and achievement, our early STAAR performance level data. We're also going to share with you strategies and ways in which we became better by working together this week and last week. We know right now There is a lot of work that we need to do in the Judson ISD. There is a sense of urgency and emergency in how we can get our students to the level that they need to be in order to be successful. We also want you to know that we own that responsibility, and we're committed to doing that work together. And we're committed to building cohorts of support across our 55.8 square miles. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Duhart Toppin, who will begin our presentation today.
Thank you, Dr. Jackledge. Good evening to our board president, and all of our board members on this evening. I'm excited about being up here tonight and talking about where we are as a district and where our focus is going to be going into next year. We talk about our data and we talk about it as a story, something that Dr. J always brings to our remembrance, that we need to remember that we're looking at our data and we're looking at the story that our data is telling us and what we need to do in order for us to continue growing as a district. So on tonight, you're going to go ahead and start with where we are as looking at the preliminary data that we have just been provided in the last 2 weeks that is going to give us an opportunity to build a clearer picture and also give us an opportunity to construct a strategic vision for Judson ISD. One of the things that we were talking about is that we make sure that we are going to provide transparency in our data from the time that we receive it in the early results until we get our accountability ratings, which will come in August. The other thing is that this is the early part of our data. This is the preliminary data that is usually what we call our Domain 1 data, which is telling us just how many students passed and how many students did not meet and where they did not meet. If they did pass, did they meet at the meets category or did they meet at the master's category? So we don't have the full picture right now because, as you know, when we're looking at our STAAR data, we're looking at Domain 1, which is student achievement, and then we get in later Domain 2 and Domain 3. It also provides direction. We have been spending a lot of time with our principals in the last 7 days. We were with them all last week and then again this morning talking about where are we with our data and what kind of questions that we're going to be asking each other, asking the staff in the C&I department, and then trying to connect the dots between what the data is telling us and where we need to be. And then the last thing I want to leave you with is this is chapter 1. We talk about our data coming in chapters. This is chapter 1, which is our domain data, and we are expecting to share with the board even later in July and also in August more data and visuals in order for us to see the complete story. So where we are tonight, which is June the 8th, where we are tonight, we are this evening, we are intentionally building a story over time. So like I said, we have received data last week and the week before, and we're still receiving data. We're going to get more data tomorrow and on Wednesday. That's going to give us a clearer picture about where we are right now. But we are intentionally building our story over time, making sure that we're taking every piece of data and looking at it and what is it telling us about every one of our learners in our district at this time. We are committed to communicating clearly and honestly about where we're at. We are not satisfied by no means. Kristen and I had a little bit of time to get over the initial response to what our data was telling us, and we know that we still got a lot of work to do. And we are also committed to continuously incorporating new data as we're making decisions about where we're going to be for next year. And we want to make sure that we're building trust with the board and as well as our stakeholders about where we are in the data process and that we are delivering with confidence the outcomes that we're expecting for our children. So this is the timeline in which we have received our data. As you can look at the outline up there, you can see that we have received data every day since the 20th, 22nd, 27th, on and so forth. We got data again on the 3rd, which was last week, and here we are on the 8th sharing with you tonight the early results of our data. We are expecting later this week to have our STAAR Alternate 2 data, which is our special ed education students, on the 9th and the 11th. We are having upcoming data that is going to be coming to you in July. We'll have the complete assessment files for not only STAAR EOC and 3 through 8, but we will also have the assessment files for TELPAS. And then in August, on August the 14th, the A through F accountability results for not only our schools, but also for our district will be released to the public. We'll be sharing data as it comes in with our board. We have a meeting tonight. We have another meeting coming up at the end of this month, and then we also have a meeting coming in August in which we will be sharing our data with the board. And at this time, I would like to give it over to Dr. Saunders, who is going to go over our end of the year data for NWEA, which is our MAP data that we use to check the progress monitoring of our students from BOY to EOY.
Thank you, Dr. Toppin. Good evening, guys. Just as a reminder, as we start digging into the data, we're talking about two different sets of data here. We're going to talk for a second about NWEA. Remember, this is our screener data, and then we're going to move into our STAAR preliminary data. Just as a reminder, NWEA measures academic achievement and growth across 3 content areas for us. That's math, reading, and science. You'll notice that we have a couple of subtests when it gets to math and a couple of subtests when it gets to science. Also, please remember, NWEA does not impact accountability. This has nothing to do with STAAR scores. We know that as a board, you guys are very familiar with NWEA data, but just as a reminder, a quick reminder, what we want to see is we want to see our median percentile increase with each administration. This is just a blank screen to remind you about how the NWEA data is laid out, because remember, it's been since February that we've looked at a data set like this. We also want to see more students moving from the red to the blue, and we'll talk about that specifically as we get into the data. Just to set the stage for these data sets, growth, our top bar, will show you changes from year to year in this format, and then achievement, which is our bottom bar, will show you changes from BOY to EOY. The first one we're looking at is math. High-level view for math, we increased our median percentile from the 35th percentile to the 50th percentile from the 24-25 school year. So if you notice, we just mentioned one of the things we want to see is we want to see that median percentile increase. This is a really good example of that, from 35 to the 50th. Our achievement, which is that very bottom bar on our last table, our achievement remained steady at the 52nd percentile, and you'll notice that we saw a small 1% decrease in the number of students that we had in the yellow, green, and blue. As we shift gears to Algebra 1, high-level view of Algebra 1, our growth remained strong in the 53rd percentile, and we increased 3% the number of students that are in the yellow, green, and blue. So remember, I'm referencing that achievement data that's on our very last table, the very last bar. Our next subset is reading. Reading not only showed strong growth from last year's data, our achievement is also holding strong and shows an increase of 2% in our students that are in the yellow, green, and blue. Remember, we talked about at the beginning of this presentation, we're looking for 2 things. Is our median growth score increasing? And are we also seeing our achievement hold steady or increase? We want to make sure that we see a larger number of students in yellow, green, and blue. Our next assessment is science. Science tells a very similar story to reading. Strong growth and achievement. We also would like to point out that we maintained a high level of students in the yellow, green, and blue, but you will notice that 1% of our students moved from orange to red at the EOY test. Next, we have biology. Remember, we mentioned before that we have 2 subtests with math, and we have 2 subtests with science. Math, you will see broken down into Math K-12 and then Algebra 1. Science, you will see broken down into K-12, and then we have Biology. Again, similar story with Biology, very strong growth. And we also grew the number of students in the yellow, green, and blue from BOY to EOY. At this point, we would like to ask Ms. Denise Orozco-Jones to come to the podium and present our preliminary 2026 STAAR data.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, there's a little bit of lag,
Okay.
just FYI.
Good evening, everyone. So my part of the story is with the STAAR early data. My part of the story actually does involve accountability. So what we're seeing right now are early numbers. This is what I'm sharing is our early achievement. And so what others have referred to as domain 1, you could think of it kind of like the grade of the test. So what we do have today for you is we have early spring achievement data, like you heard from Dr. Duhart-Toppin. We don't have all of the files yet, so STAAR Alternate 2 is coming in tomorrow. I'll start processing those. At this time, we are looking at all students who were tested. There have been no accountability subset rules applied yet, so although this is our first look at achievement, it's not our look at final accountability. What we have not received yet are the performance level indicators. That's what breaks out the upper and lower bands in some of those performance levels mentioned, did not meet and approaches. So we're not projecting or talking about growth tonight because we don't have those files yet. But we are committed to consistent communication to be clear and transparent. Okay, so here is where, of course, more numbers for you. So this looks a little different than what you received in your packet. All the numbers are the same, but after some feedback from this morning and knowing that I really try to pride myself on breaking it down so that everybody understands, you're going to have to bear with me during this first slide. So first off, we have some different colors and some images. So what we are looking at is we're not only looking at year-to-year comparison, so let's just look at third grade right now. When we talk about year-to-year, we're talking about looking at last year's third graders when they were sitting in third grade classrooms versus this year's third graders. So those are apples and oranges. But we also want to look at, as we evaluate systems and need to know if any adjustments were working, we want to look at longitudinal data, the chain of the students moving from third to fourth to fifth. So in the green, you'll see that I have a linking chain. Those are our third graders in 2025 who this year sat for the 2026 grade 4 math. And I know that was a lot of information, so just in case, this is how it looks. So we have year to year. Those are the apples and oranges compared. And then we have our grade 3 and 4. That's the cohort, last year's third graders who took the fourth grade math test. So what we're looking at on this slide right now, we can see because of the formulas and the color coding of the changes, we see that we have a bright spot in fifth grade math. Not only did the year-to-year increase, but so did the cohort. Last year's fourth graders, they grew in this year as fifth graders. We do recognize that there are some mixed reviews. Fourth grade seems rather stable. And for our third graders, this is their first time they've taken the test, and we see that compared to last year's third graders, that the number decreased for approaches and above and meets and above. For sixth grade math, we also see a similar story. We see that eighth grade, when we look at those year to year and the cohort, we do see increases. We see our sixth graders dropped from coming in from last year. But where we really see a significant sharp decrease is from sixth grade to seventh grade. Although our seventh grade year to year isn't where we want it to be. We were 29% last year, now 9%. What this tells us, the story, is that what we're doing right now with evaluating our systems, working already with the principals and planning, already listening and sitting through a day and a half of math Arby's training with Region 20, that what we're doing is already planning. We're not planning to plan, we are already doing the course corrections. For RLA 3 through 5, we again, the data shows a bright spot in 5th grade. 4th grade is a little bit steadier and mixed here, but we still see a drop in 3rd grade. Again, we are currently speaking with principals, and they already have questions written that they want to speak to their teachers with so that we can name and identify even more needs. 6th grade RLA, the data shows a bright spot in grade 8 RLA. I know this seems rather repetitive, but that's actually a bright spot, because when we're able to see trends, then we're able to go in, look at what we can replicate, observe what we can then take to the grades that are not growing to the rate we want. So we see increases in the 8th grade cohort and year to year. 7th grade, both the cohort and year to year is holding steady, and we need to look closer at, we are looking closer already at 6th grade. So for science, we take the 5th graders and 8th graders, students don't take science until 5th grade for the first time. Then there's a pause, and they take science again in 8th grade. Right now, our data is limited because TEA is establishing some new performance standards. So they are planning to release it on July 28th. We are hoping and praying and lighting candles that that comes in earlier, because we want that data. But we do have the test questions to look at, and we are able to see those items. But right now, we don't have any files. However, for social studies, the first time any student takes a social studies STAAR test is in 8th grade. We are not where we want to be in social studies, and we know that we're working with campus leaders now, just like the ladies said, even this morning. 5 days straight last week, full days, and then again this morning, reviewing data and looking for trends. One of the items that we are currently doing is that there's a repeating idea already in 8th grade that we're in the 40s, and that's not where we want to be, knowing that middle school sees 3 different types of social studies: world history in 6th grade, Texas history in 7th grade, and then U.S. history in 8th grade, which they are tested on. We want to go in, revisit the curriculum, revamp it where it needs to be, but also ensure we implement strategies and processes in each of those grade levels, so by the time they get to 8th grade and take this test for the first time, they're already ready for it even more than they have been. Which leads us all to the high school EOCs, which is what we were just celebrating these last couple of weeks with graduation. This is the culmination. This is where everything what we are working for in order to achieve. EOCs are not just a high school test, they're a pre-K through high school test, because we're building the foundations every single year that the students stay in their academic career. So first we have highlights. Our biology grew across the board in approaches, meets, and masters. So we are sitting at 91% of the students who took the biology test earned approaches and above. For U.S. history, that 1% drop in the approaches and masters, that is accurate from what our data is right now. But please know that we are in the 90s right now. We don't ever want to see a dip, so we definitely will be studying that. But what a celebration already that we're in the 90s. By the way, this is the second time that the students take the social studies test. So we see what we just spoke about on the last slide about 8th grade social studies. Then again, they'll take the test, U.S. history, in 11th grade, and we'll see that those gaps are being closed here. So ultimately, we're doing well in these two, but we do see and acknowledge that we do have some gaps. We're not performing where we want to be for Algebra 1, where I added the cohort growth in the first column. So this is because 8th graders, you are able to see, they go in from 8th grade to Algebra 1. So I went ahead and linked that. And they are holding steady in when you look year to year. For English 1, TEA now does do a growth, but we don't have those performance level indicators yet. But looking at the cohort, we see they took a dip. But when we look year to year, the English 1 stayed pretty consistent, growing even in approaches and meets. And then finally, in English 2, that is steady. We normally see anywhere between a 3 to 5% up or down once all the data is cleaned up and we receive the final files in July. But for what we're seeing right now, we know what work has to be done. We are working on it, and kudos to the principals, because the CNI department just isn't the CNI department, what you see at the table. The CNI department is everyone, team that we all work together and are addressing all of these items day by day. And so now you're going to hear about even more next steps.
Thank you, Denise. So when we looked at the initial data coming in, like you said, it took us a minute to sit there and come to the realization that we're not going to meet the achievement goals that we had met for this year, that we have been working desperately trying to make sure that we were getting the numbers that we wanted to get in achievement. That's the number of students that have passed. Because for us, we look at the data in 2 or 3 different ways. We look at the data from the standpoint of how many kids passed, how many kids reached approaches, and how many kids went into meets, and how many kids went into masters. And with the plan that we put forth, not only in our CAPA, but also in our TAPS, our LIPS, and our TIPS, we really expected to see the needle move further than what it did as far as Domain 1 is concerned. But now we want to discuss, like, oh, this is our preliminary data, and like we said, we're still waiting for the rest of the data to come in for Domain 2 and 3. And even though I know that and we always talk about us being a growth district, we want to make sure that we are not only depending on our points for growth, but that we're also depending on our points for achievement. And so that is a conversation that has been with our principals all last week, and then again today, is looking at, are we at the point where Tier 1 instruction needs to be where all of our kids that are sitting in Tier 1 are reaching the level of mastery that they need to reach in order to show in our approaches, meets, and masters. And so our current reality in Judson ISD is that we still got work to do. There's no doubt in that. We still know that we have to take ownership of what happened this year and make sure that we are making plans that we're not going to be where we are. So one of the things that we have been talking about, oh my goodness, one of the things that we have been talking about is basically looking at our data from the standpoint of where we are expected to be for the continuous improvement protocol. This is a model that we have heard over and over again, not only with our dealings this year from TEA, but also with our dealings in our conversations with Region 20, is that you have to be continuously seeking to increase the students' outcomes that are in your district. And one of the things that we have looked at is that we have to decide what our district is going to do in the face of the preliminary data, but also in the data that we know is coming in the next few weeks. What are we going to keep as a district as a practice of what we've been doing? What are we going to modify in our district for the initiatives or the actions that we have taken? And then finally, what are we committing to in the upcoming months to make sure that we are not going to be looking at the set of data that we are looking at right now? Now, if you look at this chart, you will notice that the keep column and the modify column is very thin in comparison to the commit column. That was intentional on our part, because we are of the mind that if you keep doing the same thing that you've always done and keep getting the same results, then why do we keep on doing it? So what are we going to abandon? These are the things that we have said that we are going to keep. We are always going to evaluate our academic systems and our initiatives to determine whether or not they're being effective and whether or not we're getting the return on our investment. What does that mean? That means that if we put an initiative into place this year, and we have talked about some of the initiatives that we put into place, did we get the data that we hope to have gotten from putting that initiative into place? And if the answer is no, then we cannot keep doing that practice. We are going to have to change in order to meet the needs of our students. The other thing is that we're looking at is the curriculum adjustments that need to be made in order to support our campuses and to make sure that we are going to reach our student outcomes. So what does that mean in our keep column? That means that we had done things this year where we put in the when, what I need, our remediation acceleration period within our elementary campuses in order to meet the needs of the students that did not perform the way we needed them to perform on STAAR last year. Now, knowing that fully, that we have to answer to the state about what we're doing for House Bill 1416, which means that any student that did not pass STAAR, we have to offer them accelerated instruction for 15 hours or 30 hours, depending, for every test that they did not pass for STAAR. So in our elementary, that's reading and math and science. For our middle schools, that's reading and math, and then in 8th grade, it's reading, math, social studies, and science. And then at the high schools, it's your 5 core subjects that they have to receive remediation in order to graduate from high school. And so what we had to do is look back, okay, we put the when period in our elementary classes, that in our elementary schools for what you need, and you pull those students in and you're working with them. At our middle school, we put in MTSS, which is a multi-tiered student support system. In order to do that, we put that in, we put it in for reading and math, and we put it in for every grade level that we have. We also did Saturday school. We also did special POPs tutoring, where we hired either retired teachers or specialized tutors that came in to work with our students that were sitting in the pot of they need additional acceleration, they need remediation in order for them to prepare for STAAR. Because what the state says that we have to do is that we have to prepare them for the next test of STAAR before they test. And for our high school students, that is in December. For everybody else, it is in April. So what we're doing right now, we're going through the data, looking at this initial data. If it did not work, we cannot continue a practice that did not give us the results that we hope to see. So what do we need to change in order to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our students, being compliant to the law that the state has given us as far as House Bill 1416, and to make sure that students are going to make the gains that we need them to make during the school year in a year's time. Now, when you look at the modify column, we spent a lot of time this year refining our walkthrough forms and making sure we're doing walkthroughs at every level. That is with our principals, with T-tests, with our academic trainers, with their instructional walkthroughs, and then with the district office, our walkthroughs. And so what we have found in our meetings with Region 20 and with TEA is that we were missing something in those walkthroughs. And so in our discussions with them over the last few weeks, it was talking about you have to close the triangle. You cannot only just go into the classroom and do an observation. You have to give the teacher actionable feedback, something for them to work on that you saw in the observation. But not only that, then you have to monitor it and coach them in that area. So if a teacher is struggling with classroom management, we couldn't just mark in domain 3 for T-test that you had problems with classroom management. We had to give you something to work on that was related to the classroom management, maybe put in routines and procedures for students entering the classroom classroom and leaving the classroom. And then the last thing is we had to monitor it and then go back and see if it was actually working. And that took place with the actual coaching that you provided to the teacher. And then the last thing that we were looking at, and for the modification, we were talking about our instructional rounds model. That was something we put into place at elementary this year. We're talking about expanding it into middle school and high school for next year. Instructional model means that instructional rounds, you're taking a group of teachers, or you're taking a group of administrators, and you're taking them to one location. We're all walking, looking at a problem of practice. We're going to debrief about it and give information back to the host campus in order to improve instructional practice. We saw very good results from using that in the elementary sector, so we're looking out to expand it to our secondary sector, and they're pretty excited about it. I think we're all wanting to go visit each other's campus and see what's going on. We have some great things going on across the district. The last thing is our commitment column. These are the things that we are committing to in Judson ISD going into next year. One is our implementation, the full implementation of the LIFT district-wide. This is the grant that we got from TEA, which is the Leadership Instructional Foundations for Texas, and it is about monitoring and coaching in Tier 1. This grant is focused on campus leadership, principals, assistant principals, academic trainers, and going through this, we started last week. We were really excited with some of the things that was shared with us last week, and looking at how can we better monitor Tier 1 instruction in the classroom to improve student outcomes. So we just embarked on that. They're coming in tomorrow again to do a needs assessment. Each campus will get a needs assessment. Each campus principal will have a coach assigned to them to work with them throughout this year and work with their teams throughout this year in order to improve instructional practice here in Judson ISD on not just one campus, but every single campus. This year we had it with the LASSO grant with the 4 campuses. We also had it with the campuses that got identified for TAP. We had it for the campuses that got identified for TIP, but now we're going to be working with all campus leadership in order to improve instructional practice at all of our campuses. We intentionally matched leadership skill sets with campus needs. So if you've been looking at your Friday notes from Dr. J, you noticed that we moved around principals, we moved around assistant principals, and we also moved around academic trainers. So we were trying to make sure that we were building teams that fit the needs of the campus that they were assigned to. We also have embraced with the LIFT training, which we call research-based instructional strategies training. This is training that is basically training our principals to train their teachers on evidence-based instructional practices that will support all learners, not just a certain group of learners, but your special ed, your EBs, and that is an area that we do need to work on in our special ed sector of things, but it's giving the principals access to research-based strategies that they can then take back to their campuses, and we can then set up a system in district-wide. These are the things that when we talk about top tier, Tier 1 instruction, this is what we're talking about across Judson ISD. Dr. J continues to remind us that we're not working for silos of excellence. We need a district of excellence, and that's what we're working for. The other part of that is a strategic professional development plan. This is something that I've been wanting to do for quite some time here in Judson ISD because it's really looking at every layer that we have at our campuses. We need a plan for principals. We need a plan for assistant principals. We need a plan for academic trainers, and we need a plan for teachers. Teachers have told us over and over again, we need professional development that is geared to what I need, and not everybody needs the same level of professional development. So we're working toward that. We also know that a first-year principal doesn't need the same training that a veteran principal does, and trying to make sure that we are answering to those needs. We are committed to providing a monthly update to the board about any curriculum that we're doing in the district and where we are in our plan to move forward. in making sure that we're pursuing excellence across our district. So we are going to be before you monthly. You're going to get sick of us. Here in the board meetings to talk to you about where we are in our plan in order to move our district forward to the level that we need it to be, and so we can maintain and increase. Our last two bullets is talking about the areas that when you looked at the data tonight, when Denise was going through the STAAR data, and you were looking at, there were some things that were rising up to the top. One of them was third grade math, which completely did not expect. That was not an area that we had suffered before. And so we're eagerly waiting to dig deep into what that test looked like and what caused our students to perform the way that they did. We also are going to be looking at the vertical alignment through 5th, 6th, and 7th. Something is going on between 5th and 7th that is causing our scores to come in the way they are on that. So what we're trying to do is to gather cohorts of teachers to make sure we're working with them and to get explicit feedback to make sure that we are ready to address and what we need to support our teachers with and what do we need to do to ensure that our students are going to be able to perform the way we need them to perform every year. So that is our entire presentation on this evening. Dr. J got up. I almost made it. Our entire presentation this evening, we're ready for questions.
I just wanted to add a couple more things before we get to the questions that I think are really important. Number one, we take a look at, we have to be spot on in what our challenges are. And we've got some big challenges, but we've identified third grade math, 7th grade math, 8th grade social studies, U.S. history, and then we have to talk about the next steps. And so as we talk about the next steps with our principals, with our curriculum team, there's a saying, fail to plan, plan to fail. And so we need to have a plan in place. And that plan has to be intentional, it has to be purposeful, and it has to be meaningful. We talk about that all the time, but it can't be words. The other thing that we have to do is we have to have accountability with our plan. Starts with our Board of Trustees. Board of Trustees, you got to hold the superintendent accountable. The superintendent has to hold curriculum instruction accountable. Curriculum instruction has to hold principals accountable. Principals have to hold teachers and department chairs accountable. And then we have to go back with the teachers, and we've got to hold our students and our parents accountable. And then it circles all the way back up throughout the entire system. And when we talk about accountability, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It means it's a good thing, because at the end of the day, if the accountability that we hold each other to brings us the positive results of the district that we're looking for, then we all win. And that's exactly what we all want in this room. That's why everybody is here. And at this time, we are ready to take any questions you might have.
Okay, I'm going to start down to the right this time. So Ms. Kennard.
I don't have any questions. I understand the data. I understand the strategies to overcome our struggles. But what I want to say is a thank you. I'm looking at this amazing group of principals out here, our campus leadership. And I know it's been a very tough year, and I know there have been a lot of challenges. And I want to appreciate all of you for your committed focus on what's important for our students. And I want to particularly thank those of you who've accepted a new challenge. You're moving to a new campus. You're moving to a new level, either elementary or secondary. And I want you to know that I appreciate every single thing you do every day. You're important. You're making those decisions. You're the ones who are encouraging your teachers, who are setting the stage for what needs to happen in those classrooms every day, and I thank you.
Ms. Stanford.
Some general questions. Regarding 7th grade math, do we have any ideas what happens there? Any suspicions or?
I'm not mistaken, Denise, you can correct me. We just received files on Friday that gave us access to the actual test questions that were in 7th grade this year. Look a little bit different, there was more, I think, literacy, for lack of a better word. I haven't gone through everything yet. I'm still digging through all the questions because it's a pretty extensive test. But literacy seems to be a barrier that we need to overcome. The kids have to read through the word problems and then figure out all the steps they need to take in order to solve the word problem. And so if you miss a step somewhere, you're not going to end up where you need to be. So one of the things that we're looking at, we've had a long conversation today with our coordinators for math and looking at what kind of training can we put in place to make sure that our teachers are understanding how we need to teach the students to set up the problems by using the information that is in the word problem and set the problem up correctly, because we can no longer just teach the procedure for solving the problem. You got to teach the conceptions that are the concepts that are connected with the problem, because they build on one another. And some of the teachers, when I started looking at the test questions, went all the way back to 3rd and 4th grade. And so kids have to bring to remembrance what they had been taught 3 or 4 years ago and have to bring that to the table in order to set this problem up correctly. So that is one of the things we're looking at right now. What can we do differently in our training in August? And then what else can we offer as far as a training plan for our 7th grade teachers in order to address that? And then how can we attack it from the literacy standpoint?
So they get word problems more in 7th grade than they did in 6th or 5th?
No, it's the complexity of the word problem. That's in the 7th grade. And so the word problem is through all grade levels right now. But what we noticed when we looked at 7th grade is that there is some, not computation, but concepts, understanding the concept that is being tested, that's in the standard.
So what we're seeing is we're seeing more of a compounded look, so which is why that 5th through 7th grade task force is so important, because we see that we're steady and strong in the early grade levels as we're growing, and then we get to 5th grade, which we see a small decrease despite the cohort, because there seems to be more involved questions that you have to come up with you have to problem solve more conceptual thinking rather than just the process of it. So when we see that, those small gaps start, then they transfer into middle school, which is going to all your different classes with content teachers, and then that gap seems to widen a little bit more, and then we hit 7th grade. So it's a compilation of all of it together, compounded, which is why we're looking at that vertical alignment for 5th through 7th. So yes, the word problems are very structured. It's sometimes you're not asking what you need to do in the question until the 3rd or 4th sentence of it. And then every distractor is a possibility depending on where you decide to stop reading. So it could be, if you read the first one, the first part of the problem, well, there's the answer right there. And so it is part literacy, part math, and just that part vertical alignment.
Ms. Stanford, may I also add that is a big challenge for us, and we have identified that in our school district, but that's a big challenge for every student in every school district across the state of Texas. And so what we have to do is we not only have to look at what we're going to do within our school district, but we have to look outside. What are the schools and the districts that are very successful in this, and what are they doing, and what can we do to learn from them as well? So that's part of our continuous improvement. We're just not going to do it by ourselves. We're going to reach out to people who have been really good at this, and we're going to find ways to get support as well.
Okay. Under your section, let's see, continuous improvement protocol, you mentioned feedback. Do you communicate also to, you're talking about the walkthroughs, and that I guess the walkthroughs you're feeling maybe need a little more involved, a little more, and you're saying that you're going to give feedback, and I'm wondering if that feedback would also be given not just to the teachers, but to the academic trainers, who will then help the teachers?
So that's definitely a team approach. Because as Ms. Wood said earlier today, right, their job is to support teachers. Well, if they don't even know what feedback the teacher has been given, how can we ensure that their support is actually that targeted? I feel like feedback is the theme of summer 2026, because not only are we talking with leaders about, let's be very strategic with the feedback, but then we have to go back in and monitor that the feedback we've given has actually been put in place. But then if you notice on our protocol, one of the things, well, two of the things we're committing to is pulling in teachers during the summer to get feedback from them. Because we can sit here and pontificate about what we think went wrong with third grade math, but why are we trying to guess or throw darts at a board? Why don't we pull in the people who actually do the work with third grade math and ask them, is there a piece we're missing? Is there something in the curriculum that maybe we were not able to process through? Are we having issues with the internalization or the rehearsal component? Do we need to maybe bring in some more community engagement around math and have families centered into the school when it comes to math? When you think about a parent and math in 2026, it is a completely different ballgame. So we need to figure out the root cause of what is happening in third grade and seventh grade math, and we cannot do that alone. We need to ask teachers, what is your opinion about what's happening? I think that's real. We have some ideas, but until we hear it from them directly, and then also ask, what can we do to support in this process? I think that makes a huge difference.
I do too. I think teachers have wanted to be referenced more and heard from more and asked for more input, and I have a feeling they'll be happy to.
Absolutely. And you know, one of the things we talked about too is when we're receiving feedback from teachers, we need to be perfectly clear with you guys that we are not path dependent. And so what we mean by that right now is you've got next steps in front of you, right? If we get feedback from third grade teachers and seventh grade teachers that looks like we need to tweak some of these or take a different approach, we don't have blinders on. We're not just stuck in, this is what we're going to do this year, regardless of what our stakeholders believe. The idea is we want to get that feedback, and we want to make sure that what we have put down as our commitments is actually what is needed.
Good. And I'm happy to see this strategic district professional development plan, because I have definitely heard feedback that the professional development seems to be the same every year, or it's not as challenging for more experienced teachers. So I'm glad to see that that's being addressed. Wanted to acknowledge that. When you mentioned curriculum updates to be shared, what kind of updates? How deep are you changing the curriculum when you say curriculum updates?
So what we mean by that is you will see the CNI team presenting to you guys monthly. So instead of us waiting for BOI data to drop and then hearing from us, which is October, and then we don't have a conversation again until February, we want to get on a regular cadence of communicating CNI or instructional updates with you guys on a monthly cadence.
Just like the construction.
Exactly. Bonding construction report part 2.
But I think what Ms. Stanford was asking, you're asking on that keep column, are you asking about the continuous adjustment to curriculum?
It's, yeah, they kind of switched the things there. It's under the commitment column. Well, now it's under STAAR. It's the one in the middle.
Okay, in the middle, okay. I just want to make sure it was the same question.
So you see it on there twice. You see monthly updates to the board on curriculum, which is our instructional practices, and then you also see us adjusting curriculum as we dig into the questions and answers that we saw on this year's STAAR. So for example, there may be a standard, I'm just going to make something up, 3.4a, right? And we taught it a very specific way. We tested kids a very specific way. But if that's not how it was tested on STAAR this year, then we need to weave in that question type into our curriculum. And that's what our curriculum
teaching to the test a little bit.
Teaching to the standard, just making sure that we cover the way it is asked. So it's definitely not teaching to the test, it's teaching to the standard. Remember, the test tests the standards.
And also, I'd like to add, you mentioned the word feedback, which I think is really important. And so we want to model that feedback in all areas. So tonight, there's a reason why our principals are sitting right here. Because what are they getting from this conversation? They're getting the feedback that we're having in our conversation, so they can take that feedback back with their staffs to develop what they worked on today and what they need to work on in the future. Then that will circle back with our curriculum instruction team on what feedback they receive from working with their staff and their teachers to bring it back up to us, where we can work on plans on how to support them, where we can continue to be able to reach our goals together instead of separate in little silos where this is what we think you should be doing. And we'll never have a conversation again, I believe, from our principals, and I think they're going to smile, even though my back is turned to them, to say, central office told me I have to do this. That's why I'm doing it. That will never happen. It'll be together as a group. Isn't that right?
I'm really glad to see y'all here. And I think communication is something we've needed more improvement in across the board. And if y'all feel we're listening to you, I mean, we definitely want to hear from you. And then your teachers are hearing from you. And I think if we can get a strong cycle of communication, I'm excited about that, so that we know where your problems are. So this is new, the collect explicit feedback from 3rd and 7th grade math teachers. Again, I'm really glad to see that, hearing from the teachers, the people in the trenches. And you're going to do that how often? And it's a new thing, it sounds like.
We're going to engage in it this summer. So we're going to bring teachers in off contract, offer them flex time, ask some really reflective questions that Region 20 and TEA have helped us develop, so that we can get to the root cause of what we saw in 3rd grade and 7th grade this year. Because like I said before, we can sit here and we can guess at what we believe the roadblock is. We need to ask teachers, what is the roadblock?
Yeah, I agree. Last question for the moment. You mentioned that the principals are going to get coaches. What kind of coaches?
Through our LIFT grant, we have partnered with Carnegie Learning, and they are going to be working K-12. And so those coaches that have been hired through the LIFT grant with Carnegie are people that have sat in their seats. They are former principals that have been principals of turnaround schools, principals that have been successful, that have been trained in the Carnegie practice, and there's been a coach assigned to each principal in our district that is going to be working with them with their specific plan for their campus and their specific needs as far as their leadership team is concerned, as what they need as far as instructional leadership.
And that's a first.
That is a first. That's why we were pursuing that grant, because it is not cheap. We probably spent the entirety of the grant, about 70% of the grant that we were given by TEA, on just that LIFT coaching piece and working with our teachers and our principals.
Are y'all excited about that? Yes. Oh, yes. Everyone, Dr. J, everyone said.
Yes, they're really excited about it. They just went through the initial launch last week, and
That
kind of
sounds
heard the
encouraging.
scope of it.
That does sound good, to get some extra help. Okay, I'll pass the mic.
Mrs. Potteet.
So, Dr. Toppin, I felt like you kind of touched on this a little bit when you were talking about doing the same thing over and over and kind of getting the same results. Where are we with MTSS? That's really the big elephant in the
Yes.
room. I'm sure Ms. Ryan was going to bring it up. I'm sure Ms. Jones was going to bring it up. And I'm sure Ms. Lee was going to bring it up. So I'm just going to
Right.
throw it out there.
So we are still digging through the data, but I will tell you that that was something that we launched out this year for the first time in our middle schools. We are not seeing the results trend in the way that we wanted it to. So we have sat down with Dr. J, we're still going to meet again this week, and talked about we cannot continue that practice because the way we launched it was not successful. And so we're talking about what are we going to do to ensure that we are meeting the responsibility of House Bill 1416 by providing that acceleration. And so we're talking about that right now. We don't really know what it's going to look like, because we're waiting to see how many kids we have in the buckets for do not meets, because at some of our campuses this year, it was almost the entire grade level at that campus that did not meet for STAAR, which is why we went out on this huge launch for MTSS because we had to have 200-something kids go through the remediation and how you're going to get that done and get their hours in a year's time. We know that we can't do that again. We know that we can't. And so what we're trying to do right now with Dr. J and the team is try to sit down with our principals in middle school also, sit down with them and our coordinators and try to figure out how we're going to approach that this year. We don't have that large number of students like we had last year that needed the MTSS, that needed their remediation hours for us to even incorporate MTSS, but we're going to have to do some type of remediation during the school day. Because what we do know is that it did not work when we were bringing them after school. They did not come to summer school. They did not come to Saturday school, and they were not coming before school or after school. And so we're going to have to offer something during the day, but it's not going to be what we offered this year. It's going to be, it has to be different. That being said, we still have 2 campuses that are on taps, we're praying and hoping, and we worked our tail off that with the growth that these campuses showed this year, what we're looking at preliminary numbers, that they are going to either come out or be close to coming out. We have to have a seat at those campuses in order for us to turn it around. I see you, Ms. Ryan.
Maybe I got the wrong data.
No, we're looking at, we don't have the domain 2 data. That's the data that we're waiting on right now because that is going to tell us how many kids grew into meets or grew into masters. We don't have that right now. And so, and when you're talking about growth, are the kids, you get points for kids moving. You get points for kids moving. And so from low do not meets to high do not meets, you get points for kids moving. And so what we're doing right now, we have to make sure that whatever we're going to do, that those 2 campuses have to look different from the other 3 for middle school.
Ms. Poteet, one of the things we talked about today is that expertise model. And we have our middle school principals. We also have, like, for example, Ms. Arredondo, who's incorporated the WIN hour over at Veterans Memorial. So she knows this already, that she'll be part of that resource as well. And we're going to get other people in the middle school that are close to that curriculum piece, how we can redesign this day for our middle school students that need that support. And there is nothing with any barriers on the table. If it needs us to reschedule some time, we can reschedule time. We just need to come up with a great plan, not only by ourselves, but we mentioned earlier, there's other school districts out there that are doing some amazing things. We need to find them, reach out to them, and get some feedback from them and see how does it fit into what we do here in Judson. And because we are in a sense of an emergency right here with those campuses.
Absolutely.
And we feel it, we know it, and we know you guys do too. And it's our job to make sure we take care of that.
I might have another question in a little bit, but let me kind of flesh that out here in just a second, so I'll just pass it along.
Okay, Mrs. Jones.
So I know that we were talking about bringing teachers in to see what didn't work. On the data we received, we have a lot of campuses that are killing it.
Correct.
So are we bringing those teachers in and seeing what
Yes.
they're actually doing to see if they can possibly model it for the schools that are not performing as well?
Absolutely. We had that conversation last week when we were with the principals. There was also an additional conversation about, we now have these 60-plus designated TIA teachers.
Yes.
Why are we not leveraging them for professional development? They're already in our district. So absolutely, we've already had that conversation. In fact, Dylan, if I get this wrong, correct me. After we met this morning, Dylan walked up to me and said, I've got my 3rd grade teachers ready to go. They're ready to have a conversation with you about what their 3rd grade data looks like. Because if you look at Wortham Oaks, 3rd grade math data, they're the highest in the district. So why would we not ask them? Absolutely.
And then is there anything, are we tracking the data on an individual teacher level to see if we're having an actual, maybe a teacher problem?
Yes, we do not track that data, meaning the C&I team does not track that data, but the principals track that data, and we have conversations about, first of all, how to strategically staff those teachers. The second conversation we have with them is, what does coaching look like? How are we supporting these teachers, and what is our end goal? Because the reality is 50% of that responsibility also falls on the teacher. We're willing to provide support and coaching, but the teacher also has to be willing to engage. A lot of the conversations we have is, are we talking about will? Are we talking about skill? So one of the other things we spent a lot of time talking about last week at the teacher level is ensuring that our teachers possess that teacher efficacy. All teachers must believe that all kids can learn. And so it's really digging down to that conversation at the teacher level.
And I guess, what does it look like as far as how long we give them the chance to improve? Like, what does that look like? I mean, how long are we allowing teachers to possibly not be progressing students how they should before a conversation's had with, maybe this isn't where you need to be, as nicely as it can be put?
Sure. So I would say to you that the conversation about needing to change some instructional practices starts immediately. We don't wait on that. There is a process that campus leadership, in conjunction with C&I and human resources, there is a process we go through to ensure that, first of all, teachers receive the support. We don't want to just cut you loose. We want to make sure that you're receiving the support that you need. But as I said before, you got to meet us halfway. We're willing to provide whatever support it is you need, whatever coaching you need. We're giving you very specific feedback. We need you to engage in that. So just to be brutally honest, that conversation starts to shift in October, right? If you and I have had several conversations about what that feedback needs to look like, the academic trainer has been in there supporting you, me as the campus principal, I've come in and modeled for you, or maybe we're co-teaching, and it doesn't seem like we're moving the needle forward, we cannot sacrifice adult comfort for student achievement. So at some point around October, we're having a different type of conversation. In the nicest way possible.
Sorry, I don't want to offend anybody. It's kind of a brutally honest conversation we have to have at this point.
Absolutely.
What, because I know, Dr. Toppin, you were talking about points with changing with the growth from the different levels that adds into. Again, nicest way possible. What are we looking at? Because based on the numbers, I don't know how those points can save what it's looking like. And I know it's preliminary, but it doesn't seem like it would be swayed that drastically.
So what we're looking at tonight is domain 1, and accountability, 70% of your score comes from the better of either domain 1 or domain 2. Domain 2 is that file we haven't received yet with those performance level indicators, because you're right, this is just the approaches bucket, the meets bucket, the masters bucket. But this next file coming in will be in the did not meet. There is a low did not meet and a high did not meet, even within not passing. And if a student grows within even did not meet, we will get half a point. If they move from did not meet to approaches, we're going to get a full point. So normally, the majority of our campuses, the 70% of the A through F rating comes from that growth, domain 2. Tonight, and the data you have about the campuses is only domain 1. The majority of our campuses don't receive their 70% from that domain. They receive it from domain 2. So when we do receive the files and we're able to work out those percentages, we'll share with Dr. J, who will then pass to you. But yes, looking at the data you have right now, that's not where you would see it. So in other words, if domain 2 tops it, then these aren't even counted in the accountability for that 70%. So that's where we say we're waiting for the growth files to come in, because the majority of our schools earn most of their points from that.
Okay. I'm sorry, can I jump in on that? Because I don't think you explained it accurately. Sure. So if you're going for school progress, it's the higher of relative performance or academic growth. And for the last 3 years straight, academic growth has been our lowest score. We have never gotten points off academic growth at the district. We have saved ourselves a little bit with relative performance. We've never saved ourselves in the last 3 years with academic growth.
Yes, ma'am. Domain 2 has two portions. Part A, so Domain 2 is called school progress. Part A is academic growth, which is the students' academic growth from year to year, which is the table I was referencing. Part B, which some of the campuses do receive points from, but still within Domain 2, is relative performance. What that one looks at, what Ms. Ryan's speaking of, is they take the EcoDis percentage of your campus and they compare your STAAR component score to all the other EcoDis schools of your liking, all the same elementaries, all the same middle schools that have your percentage. Our 70% comes from one of those two Domain 2, either Part A or Part B. What we rarely have in the district is academic achievement, which is Domain 1.
Well, we haven't had growth in the last 3 years either. We were off relative performance in 23, 24, and 25.
Some
We did not
campuses,
take our growth scores for the district. As a
For the
district.
campuses.
For the district, sorry.
And the district no longer gets rated as a district itself, it's proportional weighting, so depending on the number of students you have in the campus, you contribute now a proportional weight to your district score. The district is no longer evaluated as a whole. So let's take the high schools, for example. They carry close to 45% of our entire district score because of their enrollment, whereas middle schools might, depending on your size, between 3 to 7%, the smaller schools, especially right now when we have something as small as our divided campuses for Woodlake Hills and Kirby. For elementaries, most of them are below 2% of what they add the weight to. So if you have an A campus, like last year, Cresview, we have an A campus, they're only giving us maybe 1 point something percent. Whereas the high schools, we have close to 15 to 16% for Judson, 14 to 15% of our score comes from Wagner, and 12 to 13% from veterans. So that's where it comes from. But you're right. The only time we have ever had the Domain 1 and Domain 2 scores ever close were at elementary schools, and it was last year, I believe, Crestview and Wortham Oaks and the campuses that had higher academic achievement. But and I'm more than happy to send more information about the accountability to help explain it. But Domain 1, what we're looking at right now, just what their grade was, anybody really gets their 70% of our overall rating from that. It's very, very rare, like less than a
I think what Ms.
handful.
Jones was asking, because I think I wrote down the same question, is so if X middle school goes down 14% in their sixth grade math, wiggling but in the middle of a band is not going to give you, if 14 kids drop and 14% of your kids drop an entire category, 5 or 10% of your kids wiggling around within the same category are not going to offset 14% of your students dropping to failing. And so there's more drops and failing than there are wiggle points, I'm going to call them. I know that's not accurate, but moving within the band. I guess that's the math I wasn't understanding either, because the minuses dropping categories was so high and that there wouldn't be enough growth points within the band.
And that's where we would look at each individual campus, because you're right. And that's where it gets a little sticky when we need to start looking at those other files when we receive them for those individual students, because let's just say 14, our difference was year to year. Those students, you're right, may have still be in the did not meet category, but perhaps the other ones that moved up, because our meets and masters did change, those other students might offset that. So we can't say for certain what is going to happen, but that's why we're waiting for the file and why our picture just isn't clear yet until we get that data. Because there have been times where the academic achievement has still been an F. Domain 1 has been in the 50s and an F, yet the growth of the students, they change within those performance levels enough that all of a sudden the campus itself was a C, because when that happens, Domain 1 isn't even factored in. It just kind of goes away. They're trying to give us the best of it.
Double-digit drops do not equal growth. It just mathematically is impossible.
Yeah, when
I
we're
think
looking
that's
at
what
the
we're
district
saying.
like
And
this.
when we have double-digit drops in certain grade levels and categories, there is no growth that is going to offset a -14 or a -19. That's just not, the math of it is never going to math type thing. Is that what you were kind of asking? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in on your questioning.
Looking at like Kirby's numbers. Yeah, it's on. Like, say, grade 7 math, 19%. I mean, on it, we need to be looking at it, it is looked at on a campus level because that's on the improvement plan. It's,
Definitely.
so I don't see how the other points are gonna pull that up.
And for some
That's what-
campuses, it won't. You're 1,000% correct. For some campuses, mathematically, it is not there for it if you do have the majority. You're correct. But until we get the full picture, I don't know what the final number is. But you're right, some campuses will not be able to bring it up. They won't be able to catch up from that growth. You're correct.
Okay. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Lee?
Yeah, most of my questions are kind of like all the same. I just wanted to thank you for the team, the whole team of, creating this presentation, and for all of you having that open communication, because I think that was kind of like the feedback that I'm getting from the campuses. Like, there's missing, like, this is what we said, like, the help that we need, but talking to like the district, sometimes it's like different. Along the way, I'm not sure where's that missing, but now I think you guys, that word, kind of like maybe solve it, the problem that in between communication, now it's like open. I just want to thank all the principals that are here for, giving your time for us, and also for all the hard work that you guys all do, because I know you like double it for like this year. And the only thing that not crossed on my question, kind of like just out of curiosity though, is there any feedback that you guys get from like teachers maybe, or from the principals where along the way, I'm just going to give example on math. Like, for example, in elementary side, where how they teach, like, how to get the area or perimeter, and then on the middle school, it's a totally different language, and then also in high school. So it seems like it's not, like, consistently across, from elementary to high school, where the foundation is on elementary, and we're teaching like this, and then they have to, like, change the ways they have to solve the problem, especially when they go to high school. It's different too. So
It's like you've been hanging out with us this past week. Yes. Because we literally had this conversation. We had this conversation with Region 20. We had this conversation with Carnegie when they came, and then we had the conversation again this morning. Not to be like spoiler alert, right? But I imagine one of the things that's going to come up in our cohort of 5th, 6th, and 7th grade math teachers is there is a breakdown of academic vocabulary. One of the examples that Penny McCool gave us when we were doing the Arby's training last week, she said, for example, the word denominator. That should be something every 5-year-old knows. They're smart, they're intelligent, they can say the word denominator. So we need to stop calling it the number below the line. Because by the time they get to 7th grade, their 7th grade teacher is not calling it the number below the line, right? So some of the things that I imagine is going to come out of this conversation is, for lack of a better word, some self-inflicted wounds. Instead of attending to the vocabulary that is embedded within the standard, we think we're doing students a favor by making it easier for them to understand. If you were to talk to anyone in the math world, they will tell you tips and tricks do not translate when it comes to standardized testing. So really one of the things that we're committing to is listening to the conversation that teachers are giving us, because we imagine one of the things that's going to come up is when I receive a 7th grader in my class, I'm having to teach third grade skills. I'm having to teach fourth grade vocabulary. So one of the things we're really committed to is making sure that we have that vertical alignment where we've got kinder, first, and second grade teachers using the same math vocabulary as fifth, sixth, and seventh grade teachers. Does that answer your question? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I walked in with no notes because I struggled all day with trying to write things down that were going to come out the right way, and I jotted a few things down because it's not the kids, because there's kids all over the state of Texas who learn no matter what their conditions. It's not the teachers, because they're out busting their butts every single day. It's not the principals and the assistant principals, because they're running around still answering emails at 10 at night. This is bigger than that, because this is system-wide, again. And it's another one of those Groundhog Day moments. And this is my fourth time sitting through academic results. And 2 years ago, we set board goals, right? And we were going to get 642 at the end of the 2 years. So I'm back to my 23, 24 scores. And we know we didn't make 3-2-1 last year, which is why this board 7-0 demanded an academic acceleration plan, because we said we're not changing those goals. We're not going to lower the goals because we didn't hit the benchmark. It is still the benchmark, and we need to figure out how to be at 6, 4, and 2, even though we didn't hit 3, 2, and 1. And so I pulled those up, and of the 18 benchmarks, we met 3. 5 of them, we have double digit where we missed it, where we are 12% below where you're supposed to be, 13%. English 2, we're 14% below where we are supposed to be. And even if you get that extra bump or two, I know it's an average of 1 to 2 points we get to bump up when we go from, I went and checked all that myself too, when you go from preliminary to your final, because a couple of kids drop off the books for accountability, but it's no more than 1 or 2. So if I'm minus 14 in a category, that's how much you missed the board goal by, with an academic acceleration plan, with turnaround plans, with LIPs and TIPS and all the other DIPs and everything else we have had. And we still missed the goal, and we are going backwards in categories, and we're continuing to go backwards. And it's not, I can't point to 3 principals who were on the struggle bus. I can't point to 10 teachers who were on the struggle bus, right? I can't point to anybody. Everybody was working hard. This is across the entire system. And I don't know what to do with that, because this board has one mission, and it's student academic outcomes. There's lots of other things that support that, but that is our mission. We have to teach kids, and ensure kids are being taught in this district, and they learn math and they know how to read. That's our only mandate up here. And so when, as an organization, we're not getting that done. And that's frustrating, because I don't know how to go teach a third grader math. Well, I mean, I do, but I'm not going to. And I don't have this playbook sitting back here, with all the answers. I wish I did. And so I don't know how to get this moving forward from a board standpoint, because we have had essentially an unlimited checkbook for 3 years. Blank check. I need another person. Here's another person. I need another person. Right? We've just been handing out people left and right. And now we're going to try and do this with 500 less people and $37 million less dollars. If we couldn't get it done with unlimited money, how are we going to get it done with less of everything? And I, again, don't have answers to any of that, but extreme concerns. Because I've looked at the data of the turnaround schools. I'm seeing a lot of minuses, not pluses. The reason they're 2-year turnaround plans is you're supposed to get halfway the first year and then halfway the second year. But if we went backwards this year, we're not getting there next year. And if we're not there next year, say goodbye to the 7 of us. And probably half the people in this room, because TEA will be here. There's only one school district that avoided a takeover this year. And they had done some extremely bold, dramatic things. Not better walkthroughs, not more professional development. So when those scores don't come in next summer, That's it. There's no saving us from TEA. So what I see missing out of here is, I don't see a true root cause analysis of why, because there are 10 districts I benchmark against. You can go do this, anyone wants to go to texasschools.gov and go play around in there, right? You can go change all the EcoDis, SPED, emergent bilingual, and you can find the 10 school districts that are real close to Judson ISD. And we're number 10 out of 10. So that means 9 other districts have figured this out. So maybe sitting in an admin summit wasn't where you needed to be. Maybe you needed to be on a bus down to the valley. Maybe you needed to be a bus up to HEB ISD. Because I love all the brain power we have in this district, but we've been doing that for 3 years. And maybe it's time to go figure out what everyone else is doing, because doing the same thing over and over, if it yields the same results just one more time, we're all gone. And worse, I don't care if I'm gone. I care about that third grader who didn't learn math, because it means we failed that kid. And I don't know how to fix that. But I know we were a B-rated district before we had MTSS. I know we were a B-rated district before we had academic trainers, Saturday school tutoring, all these things that we did, and none of it worked. And I don't see a list of new things, dramatic things, and we're starting. I don't see additional school year. I don't see extra school minutes. I don't see all of the other things, don't mention, not 18A2s, so that didn't come out of my mouth. But all the other things that other districts are doing for dramatic turnarounds, I don't see any of that. So what is the cause? What is holding Judson back? And what is the major muscle movement we're gonna make this fall? Because those kids take that test in 10 months from today, 10 months, and the clock is stopped. So I guess that's my question, is what is the root cause, and what are we gonna do to fix it next year? Because I'm just not seeing it on here. And again, you may not have the answer, and this might just all be rhetorical for a moment, because I know you're working on stuff. Yes, sorry, that was too much talking for one question. That's
No,
really
ma'am.
just my one question.
I think you expressed your feelings, the same feeling I think all the board members have, that we have, our principals have, et cetera. We understand that our backs are against the wall, the clock is ticking. There's months away for us to turn this around. And so this has got to be all hands on deck. We've got to be bold. We've got to look at all kinds of things that we can do differently that are smart, because we don't have time to take a chance to see if it doesn't work. And so that's why we keep referring to going to other school districts, other places that have been successful, not reinventing the wheel. But we also, I'm glad you shared all that with us, because it's very good for us to hear this from you and from the board, because we're talking about academics again. We're talking about the main thing that is the reason why all of us are in this room in the first place. But now we always know, and we talk about feedback. Everybody heard it. Everybody feels it. We got to get to work starting right after the meeting is over. And we've got to get a plan, and we've got to bring it to you by the next meeting, what we have next on the agenda, and then what's coming up next after that, and what are we going to do to monitor all this throughout the year. No surprises. We expect you to hold us accountable. We expect ourselves to hold each other accountable. But we know if we do that, we have that sense of purpose and that commitment to our students in this school district to make it work. So thank you for sharing that with us.
All right, I'm gonna look back down this way for round 2. Ms. Canoyer, anything?
Just a suggestion. Was thinking about what you said about 7th grade math, and that some of the test questions refer back to TEKS from even elementary. This is something I would have done as a teacher. I would have built in a problem of the week where I went back and looked at, and I'm sure you've done it, look at what TEKS were being pulled. Let me come in and do a study every week on one of those types of questions, so that it's fresher in the kids' minds. And maybe even 6th grade needs to be looking at that too, to help build that. We did it at third, 4th, and 5th, I know, in elementary. Not as familiar with math in secondary because I was an ELA person. And then making sure that we build in that academic language into the curriculum. These are the words that we need to be teaching with this unit. These are the academic language vocabulary that needs to come in there. And I know this is stuff you all have thought of, but sometimes more minds make better work. Really focusing on Tier 1 instruction. That's got to happen. And all our teachers need to be up to speed on what is the requirement, what has to happen there. And principals, that's going to be on y'all to make sure you're walking the walk with them. And that puts a burden on you, especially those of you who are changing from middle to elementary, to get to know what those TEKs are and what the standards are and what's expected there. So I know you can do it. I know you can rise to the challenge. So I think that's all that I had.
Ms. Stanford, anything on round 2? Okay, Mrs. Petit?
I'm good. Stephanie figured out the verbiage for me.
Anything from this end on round 2?
One little thought. I just really hope all of the staff, teachers, administrators, everybody really looks inside to see why we're here. That all of the children deserve the same opportunity. They all can learn. They do have struggles at home, and sometimes that does come over. But generally, whatever's happening at home, they still have that ability to get where they need to be. And I just really hope everybody looks deep inside themselves and that they really see that this is where they need to be and what we need to do to get this job done. With a student at Kirby, it's really hard to see the numbers. The teachers are amazing, and I know a lot of the kids, and those kids are amazing too. And it just breaks my heart to think about the possibility of TEA coming in and how much worse it will be before it gets better. So I know we've had a struggle of a school year with everything. I hope it's smoothed out now as much as it can with stability. I hope it continues moving on that path so there's not distractions. But we're all here for the kids. And I know 4 of us having children in the district, it's more personal for us because we see it firsthand with our students. So I just want everybody to reflect on that, why we're really here, everybody to work together so we can get Judson where we need to be. But thank you for everybody's hard work, because I do know that's why the numbers were disappointing to see, because of all the plans and all the hard work that the teachers and administrators were putting in. So I hope we can figure out where it is that we need to tighten up so we can get the kids back on track. But thank you.
Dr. J, anything last from you or your team?
We're going to have a better plan, period. A better plan.
We look forward to talking about academics at every meeting where we are all refocused on the kids, without the distractions. So, all right, that finishes up the superintendent report. While you all head back to your positions, we're going to take care of the consent items real quick. We had 2 items on consent. Did anybody need to pull either of those? No? Okay, could I get a motion on the consent agenda then?
I move that we approve items 4A and 4B on the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Canoyer, second by Ms. Stanford. And we'll proceed to vote. Okay, and that passes 6-0. All right, now we'll move on to discussion items. And I'll turn that back over to you, Dr. J, for budget and compensation plan.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, am I on? No? All right, we're back. What we're going to share with you tonight, our budget presentation and also our compensation plan for your review. I want to make and point out just a few things. This has been quite a journey since February, working on the budget, and there has been so much work done amongst the staff, going through from the consolidations to right-sizing the district, to going from 91% to 84%, with the goal always to come out with a balanced budget and also address our fund balance so we could have 75 days of operating expenses. One of the things we need to realize is to right-size the district, we cannot incur any more reoccurring costs at this time. And we talked about how can we support our staff with a compensation plan that can reward them monetarily. And that's why we talked about the opportunity and the conversations about a Vader in the fall. And we talked about in the past when we would be out in the community and talking to our constituents and about our community members, the reason many of them gave us feedback, I didn't vote for the Vader because I didn't feel it was my job to get the district out of debt with my tax dollars. And if you can provide me an opportunity that I can invest in with my tax dollars besides debt, I would be glad to participate. Tonight in our budget presentation, we're going to show you and we're going to show the community that absolutely we did just that, and we're on our way to doing that, to balance a budget, to fit our 75 days of operating expenses. But as we move forward, there is no money in our budget to accept any reoccurring costs. We cannot offer any additional compensation at this time this year. This is very difficult for the superintendent to stand up here and say that because we have a room full of people and a district full of people who are hurting financially as well. It is hard out there in the community right now. Go to the grocery store, go to the gas stations, etc. But the most important thing we have to realize is we got to right-size Judson ISD. We got to get our entity back to being whole and strong, and then use the other resources we have to go back and turn those resources in to compensate our employees. So at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Gosh, and also Dr. Gibson is with us today, and Amanda Martinez. Dr. Gosh?
Good evening, Madam President and board members. I think in listening to everything tonight, I wrote down a couple of words that I wanted to say is that as we go in and we talk about the budget tonight and we talk about the draft and we talked about all of this, we had to do some very brave and some very bold actions this past year in order to get to where we are now. And in listening to the conversation, I know that my colleagues here with all of the principals and with Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin, that they too will bring forth some very brave and some very bold things to make Judson everything that I think we all hope and believe that it is, and the things that we know our students can do and our staff can do. And so as we look at this, I want to think back to where we started in February. As Dr. J said, we started in February with the consolidations of our schools. We talked about right-sizing our campuses and looking at the numbers of students that we had so that we could go from knowing that our budget was 91% staff down to an 84%. One of the big drivers of this really has to be revenue. So I really want to talk first about the concept of revenue and that we only have so many dollars that we can spend. And when we look at right-sizing the district and we look at our enrollment comes from those revenue dollars. Our enrollment produces those revenue dollars. So when we look at the 84%, our goal here has always been to have our staff at 84%, but also at the same time maintaining existing pay structures so that people are not having to lose pay, maintain our programs, maintain classroom sizes to help support the academics for our students, support all of the programs, support the academic trainer programs, support the GT programs, support the RTI programs, and the specific needs that our students have. So as we go through this, one of the things that we want to point out is that we have been able to maintain with those commitments. You may recall, and I'm not going to read back through these, but they are here in the presentation. all of these underlying budget assumptions. These were the commitments that we made back when we looked at the consolidation campuses, back when we looked at right-sizing the district. All of those pieces had those guiding principles. These are our guiding principles for budget. And so these are the pieces that we have built into the budget that we are presenting to you tonight. So let's talk about the general operating budget. So this looks a little different from the one that we showed you last time when we met. Last time we simply had a single line item that broke things down into payroll expenses and then operational expenses. When you go to adopt your budget as the board, we identify those based on function codes. So what we have done is we still have our revenues at the top. You can see our projected revenue for the 26-27 year is $238.3 million is the anticipated revenue. And then you have the expenses listed by function code. So you no longer see the differentiation between payroll and operational expenses because it's divided within each one of those categories. So everything in the Function 11 code, that's incorporating everybody in the instructional program. That's the majority of your teachers. So the payroll is also included in any expenses for instruction in there and all the way down. So all of our staff members are embedded within those various function codes. So you can see when we produce a balanced budget here, you have revenues of $238,383,961, and our expenses are the same. I'd like to point out that that is a $30 million savings or $30 million difference from where we were this past year. As we track down to the end of the 25-26 estimated actuals, you can see our revenues were less than our expenses for this school year, which left us with a $35 million deficit there, which took our fund balance that we started the year with from $86 million down to $50.8 million. That $50.8 million will carry over to the beginning balance for this next year. Now, as your expenses go down, as your revenue goes down, as your budget goes down, we talk about that 75 days that we need in order to have the reserve funds that are needed for, our bond rating and our first rating. Based on the revisions of the budget, that number is $48 million. So with the adoption of a balanced budget, as we move to that without doing anything further, we actually are able to hit that threshold where we will stay just above the amount that is needed for that 75 days that's required by TEA. So we will start the year with the $50 million fund balance. Yes, sir.
And you may remember on a slide earlier, we went right below the line or projected. So what we're saying is we just bumped the line. We didn't go right below it.
We did not fall below the line. If we,
Which is good.
Moving forward with the adoption, yes, we have not bumped below the line. Now, keep in mind, historically, we spend 97 and 98% of our budget. So 97 and 98% of this budget is $8 million, which would mean we are above the 75 days as we start out the year, and as that year goes on, that $8 million is something that can come back to the fund balance, that can come back to the district to cover expenses, to cover operations, and so on. All right, so now, as we said, we wanted to provide you with, so the budget is a work in progress, right? Like everything. So part of this progress is we will present to you a finalized budget on the 25th of this month. So being who we are, we want to provide you with kind of an update on where we are, because at the end of the day, getting rid of a $35 million deficit was a very brave and bold move as quickly as we have identified how to do that without having to cut pay, without having to do some of the things that other districts have had to do. So as of June the 3rd, so this is a progress data of how far we have come in terms of moving towards that balanced budget. And we are continuing to do that each and every day as we have staff members who resign. We are shifting individuals within the district into those positions. In some cases, we have positions that will be consolidated into other positions. And so we will continue that process throughout the month. What we have here is our revenues, you will see at the top, remain the same. Based on a vision, if we were to roll tomorrow, meaning as of June the 3rd, if we were to roll over on June the 4th, we would be within $6 million of our target for a balanced budget. That means that, and that sounds like, well, that's still a deficit, but let's think of it in these terms. we would have, as of June the 4th, eliminated $29 million of our deficit just based on the consolidations of our schools, based on the right sizing of our campuses, based on all of the steps that we have done operationally to cut expenses. So we are already at that $29 million cut, knowing that we still have work that we can do throughout the rest of the month. We are still receiving resignations. We are still moving people into positions and shifting those pieces around, and there will still be some consolidation there. There's also still work to do within the operational budget. We still will be meeting with our departments in order for them to line out where they would like their budgetary items to go. And we are still looking at expenses that we could potentially cut for next year. Everything from insurance to just daily operational costs and so on. So we are very close to that. I would like to say with this, remember that $6 million looks crazy, but remember, if we historically, as we have always historically done, 97 to 98%, that's $8 million back in. So yes, we end the year with $50.8 million in our fund balance. We move up to the start of this next year. We begin the year with the fund balances necessary for the 75 days of operations. As we go throughout that year, that $8 million, that 97 to 98%, that will come back to the district to provide us with a balanced budget and still be able to provide us with funds that we can place back into fund balance. Dr. J.
Thank you, Lacey. When we talk about our presentation, we talk about the budget, I think it's really important we give the meat and potatoes, the nuts and bolts, the 11-floor elevator speech. And so I think it's really important to take a look at where we were, where we are, and where we are going. So we had a $35 million budget deficit, and we had a fund balance that was below the 75 days of the threshold. Because our budget changed, the cost of the days changed as well. And that's how we bumped up to it's really $48.6 million is 75 days of operating expenses. Our fund balance is at 50. The other thing that we talked about, we've eliminated $29 million right now. We have $6 million left to go. We have our budget, and we only spend 97% of our budget. That remaining 3% that you will see later on in the presentation gives us $8 additional million. That $8 additional million will cover that $6 million deficit and allow us to have $2 million left to be able to put in the fund balance or to put in towards a one-time expense here and there that we would need in order to support our academic process. So we do have, right now, if we did our budget today, we have a balanced budget, and we will be able to maintain our fund balance like we promised. The thing that Lacey is sharing with you also is today is June 8th. The month of June is also a time where we have lots of resignations that go through the district. This is school just ended. Most people are using this time to see if they're going to find another employment in another district. And so as they search for that, we will receive more resignations, and we can absorb those resignations with the people that we still have in our school district. And so that will be another additional savings for us as well. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and board members. On this slide, we have our Child Nutrition Fund account. And as you can see, majority of it is funded by, its revenue is funded by federal dollars. If you go down to our actual estimates, you can see that our deficit is going to be $522,000. And there's two reasons for this. One main reason is federal funding is decreasing, and then our expenditures are increasing as food and food supplies are increasing. The good thing about this is that you will see that we have a healthy fund balance. At the end of this year, we will end at $5.8 million, which is way above 75 days of operating. Although the child nutrition program does not have that state mandate that they should have 75 days of operating, that's just something that we like to follow, and historical trends have shown that we have kept that about 2.5 to 4 months of operating, but still staying under the 6 months of excess funds, okay? Last fund account, or last fund that the board members have to approve and we have to adopt by June 30th, which we will on June 25th, is our debt service fund, also known as our interest and sinking fund. And on this slide, there's 3 takeaways from it. If you look at our estimated actuals, you will see that our surplus is $883,000 going back into the interest and sinking fund balance. The second thing to notice is if you look at our current expenditures versus our next year expenditures, you can see that the debt payment decreased $697,000, which is a good thing. We want our debt payment to go down. That means that we're paying on time and we're paying principal down. Okay, and then lastly, that the fund balance is healthy, and our proposed budget is going to be a balanced budget, showing that we have enough revenue coming in from local and the state to cover our debt payment and still continue at the end of the year of next year at a $75.2 million fund balance.
So what we have, the child nutrition budget and the debt service fund budget, those are pretty well set. You won't see much change within those. In the general operations budget, as we've shown you kind of a worst case scenario, if we were to adopt it as of June the 4th without doing anything, that is kind of what it would look like. We will continue to work through the balancing of our staffing. Our human resources department has been doing an extreme amount of work aligning position control in the district in order to help maintain the funding that we need to ensure that our staffing stays within that 83 to 84% range. We're actually putting some things into place to make sure that going forward into next year, we will have a better position in terms of knowing when a position is vacated. Do we fill that position? Do we not fill that position based on what our allocations are? So we have done a lot of work in order to maintain that, because they kind of work hand in hand. You have to have the correct staffing model to be able to work directly with the with the financial model in order to make sure that your funding sources stay. So you will see some differences between what you're seeing tonight and what we present on the 25th. However, our goal and what we are continuing to work towards, and regardless of whether we were, as Dr. J said, adopt the version from 6.4, we have a balanced budget versus the version where everything equals to 0. Once we complete the process through the year, based on the historical significance of the 97 and 98, we will be able to provide you with the balanced budget at the end of the year with additional funds to go back into fund balance to meet those goals that we set forth when we first started the budgetary process.
Dr. Gosh, if you could go back to the underlying assumptions and look at number 7 with the trustees real quick. And you and I talked earlier today as I was driving down here. There may be, I feel confident enough to say this right here on a microphone, but I'm not going to say any more than what I say. So,
so don't ask a question.
Yeah, but I think after we talked, I got confirmation there may be a way to do that same level for and erase that 790,000, which would be $1 million headed
That would
in the
mean
right
$1 million
direction.
back into the
So,
budget.
Anyway, we're working, and so
Yeah.
we'll work on that tomorrow. I think we
Right.
found a way to maybe.
Yeah, I
get
think
that.
that's when we look at the expenses over the course of the next month. As I said, we're looking at our benefits, which that's one of those benefits
Right.
that we will be looking at in addition to our operating expenses and so on, to determine where we can minimize costs in those areas. And then also as we continue to right-size our staff.
To be clear, it not only is it maintaining the same level, I think it actually enhances.
Okay.
But, and it's not magic, it's not magic. It's just like playing the game. And like doing it with the right coding. So anyway, I just think
Are you saying the cost is maybe lower than what we're looking
I
at?
think we can maybe get that to zero.
Get it to a zero cost, be able to have that benefit
You're
at zero
saying
cost.
that into the mic?
I feel confident enough to say that we are exploring it.
Exploring an option to make that a
And we
$0
have been for
amount.
about 45 days.
To
but
get the 790,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
To zero?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not magic. It really is just a way of.
Although you're lending us a,
No, it's not. It's just, I think, it's just like with anything, this is extremely complicated. And I think sometimes the way you code it matters. And I think our company has found a way to code that it's been incorrectly being done.
I'd like to learn how to
Statewide.
code my own finances then. Yeah, I'd like to sit in on that.
I don't have time for my own, ma'am, because we're always working on all the school districts yet.
Madam President? I just would like to make one point. The next level urgent care, it's an exceptional program for us. And I don't want anyone to walk away thinking when we said we've got a way to fix that we're canceling
Yeah,
that.
absolutely not.
No. That saves us over $3 million a year in our claims with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it has been a tremendous success for our employees. And we're even going to bring it forward for our employees that don't have our insurance with us to be able to receive that program this next year as well. And no extra cost to the district as well. So this is a wonderful program, the Next Level Urgent Care. We want to thank them, and we want everybody out there to know this is going to continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
We stand ready to answer any questions that you may have about the budget.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to jump in because mine are really quick. On child nutrition, any proposed changes to child nutrition for next year, or we're still good with free breakfast for everybody in the district? Still project having a fair amount of SEP schools? We've seen some news articles out there that some districts are having some changes.
Yeah, we are not aware of any changes that are being planned to be made to our child nutrition.
Okay, all right, nope, I just wanted to make sure, because I
Programming.
saw a couple, like there's a couple districts that canceled the free breakfast and stuff like that, but that is all in this budget right now. Okay,
As far as we are aware, and
Okay.
Mr. Brooks has other information, but I believe that everything is as normal for child nutrition.
okay, perfect, that'll make everybody happy, so, and then just, the second question I had, it's kind of related to compensation, but I think it's more related to budget. For example, a 1.5% pay raise, by the math you guys have given us before, that would be about $3 million cost to the district, which means on top of that $6 million, you'd have to go find another $3 million, which is about another 46 or so people between now and the end of June to get us to a balanced budget. If I'm
That
doing
is
my
correct.
math right, because 1% is 2 million, so 1.5 is 3, if I'm doing my math right. So that'd be another almost 50 people we'd have to eliminate. Okay.
That math does
Sound about-
calculate
yeah,
correct.
just
Yes, ma'am.
Generally
That's
estimated.
an estimated amount, yes, ma'am.
but I
And then I
thought,
think we had also discussed, though, if, when the community passes the Vader for 3 cents, for, 11 to 12 million, if 3 million of that was partitioned for a 1.5% raise, it's probably more of a lawyer question, so we can follow up with them, but I think somebody had already asked them. There are ways to backdate that to the beginning of the year, right?
That is
So if that
correct.
passes in November,
It
we could
passes
go
when
back
you go
and
back
make it a
and everyone gets
26,
paid.
27
Correct.
pay raise. Okay.
That's
And so
correct.
that-
Yeah,
and then-
they get the raise, so we would back pay July, August, September, October, through the month of November, and then that would continue.
Okay,
So they
so
would
that would
receive the
take-
full benefit of the raises if they had been receiving it all year. They would just be getting a payout, either divided up over the year or all
Okay,
at
and
one
that would be a
time.
3 million
Yes.
recurring,
Would be
as part
reoccurring.
of the 11 million recurring of Vader revenue.
That is
11
correct.
plus million of revenue. So, okay, all right,
May-
just want to make sure I knew all my
May I
options.
just add, let's just say we did 3%. Okay, so 3% would be like about 5.2 million. Okay? So 5.2 million it would be passed in November. What would happen is you would have retro pay. And so everybody that received the raise would get that big check in December, and then they would start getting the rest of their pay for the rest of the year out. And then that would be a reoccurring cost for the rest of the time. But if that was 5.3, the other 5.7 will continue to come to the district every single year as well, and the district could decide how we want to utilize that as well.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to refresh my memory on that before we get to the compensation portion. So, okay, this time I'm going to look left first. So, Ms. Jones. Mrs. Jones.
My question has to do with the general operating fund. When you said that the pay is figured into that by the departments, I know I had asked a week to 2 weeks ago for overtime, because I know in the 24-25 school year, we spent over $1.5 million in overtime pay. So I was just wondering where we were at for this school year, since I know the directive at the beginning was to try to minimize as much overtime as possible. So I was just wondering, do we know where we were?
Yes, ma'am. We have approximately $980,000 in overtime pay this year. We are working on a report to provide to the board that will break that down by department. That is actually embedded here into the budget. So overtime, extra duty pay, all of those things are incorporated in this as well.
Okay. Are we looking at anything to reduce that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
We
you.
are looking at options to reduce and control that process. We did reduce it some from last year, but there's some work that we can do there, absolutely.
Okay, Mrs. Lee.
Okay, my question is, because it has something to do with the comp plan as well, because it seems like there's a lot of red, so it means that there's a lot of changes.
We didn't get there yet. Is it just
Oh.
about the comp plan?
No, is it?
Okay.
Because if we're approving this budget and you guys keep saying no cut pay, but there's a kind of like a cut pay for understanding, like, just like the Wagner feeder pattern, like some of it are like, hold on. Am I looking on the right one, or, because
Were you
this is
gonna
what
go
I
I
have.
am going to
The
go
whole
through and do a
compensation plan line
presentation
by
on,
line?
I can answer those questions when we go through the compensation plan as well, to show what we have included in the compensation plan.
But this one, whatever figures we're having here for the instruction and everything, that's for the pay too, right?
We
Like-
have not reduced pay for anyone in the district unless it was a one-time incentive payment.
So everything is as it is, and whatever figure we have here,
Incorporates that, yes, ma'am. The figures that are here incorporates the items within the compensation plan.
But hold on to your compensation plan question.
Yes,
As we
ma'am.
go through
Please hold
that
on to
line
those
by
questions.
line,
Yes.
We'll probably flag questions
We'll go
as
through
they
that.
come up page by page
Yes.
on those. So hold on to your Wagner question, feeder pattern question. Just hold on to it. You can ask, we'll let you ask it when we get to that
Okay,
page. That way she can clear that part out.
Yeah, sorry,
But whatever's
because-
in red is in that budget.
no, because I wanted to understand, if I'm gonna be like saying yes to this budget, and then it doesn't align to what my heart say here on the
Okay.
comp plan, then,
Correct.
because they're,
Voting on this, though.
We're not going to vote on the budget tonight. We're only going to vote on the comp plan. And then any changes we make to the comp plan, let's say we tell you to change something and we vote on that, then they would have to adjust the budget.
The budget.
The budget won't come back to us until the
the board meeting on the
25th.
25th.
June 25th.
Yes.
Oh.
Which is why we kind of do the compensation plan tonight, because then we want to approve that, then they have firm numbers that will then go into their budget. Because otherwise, we have done this before, where the night of the budget, we're making changes to the compensation plan at the same time we're adopting a budget, and everybody's
I
trying to
know
do
that-
math on their Post-it notes.
And I don't wanna do that
No,
again
no,
from
no.
last
That's why
year.
we're going to do
and-
compensation
okay.
tonight, approve it,
We'll
and
do it
then
next.
she will, if there's
We'll do
any
it next.
changes, she'll redo all the math, and then the budget that comes to us will integrate anything that we change here tonight if there are any changes. That sound right?
That is correct.
Okay, so hold on to any actual comp vote, because we will go through those one by one. Any other ones on the budget itself? No? Okay, I'm coming down this way then. Ms. Canoyer.
No questions.
Ms. Stanford.
Dr. J, you had mentioned a while ago that if we passed a Vader, you'd be looking at raises, right? So that's in the plan. If we pass the Vader.
Yes, ma'am. That's the purpose we would go to the voters for the Vader, is for a compensation plan for our employees.
Okay. And to go back to the next level urgent care, I might be confusing that with the insurance cost overruns that we had from last year that I think don't finish out till what, this December?
Yeah,
Where are we on that number?
We were talking about the tail, I don't remember.
Yeah, so there's two different pieces there. The overpay for the self-funded and the next level are two separate components.
Okay, so where are we on the overpay for the self-funded?
Number for that?
We're still at our estimated amount for this year at 13.8 million. Out of the fund
Last
balance
month's
to
meeting, we
to
did a
meet
budget amendment.
the cost.
Yeah, I
We
remember.
did a 2.5 million last budget amendment for it.
Right.
And we're still within that
About
amount.
13.8.
Yeah, so
Okay,
the 13.8 that you see there, and if you go down to the estimated actuals, the 13.8 provides us that $35 million deficit there that takes our fund balance from 86.5 million to 50 million, to the 50.8 million
Okay.
that will carry over.
So this next level urgent care is different?
It is
from-
separate.
From that?
It actually, it's a perk, and so we purchase it as the district, and then Blue Cross Blue Shield, they refund us a portion of that. They refund us a portion of those funds based on our claims. So we we pay for it up front, and then they reimburse us, not all of it, but some of it.
Yeah,
And-
next level is a contracted service that is provided. It's not insurance. So it's two different things.
Okay. Okay. So if I heard everyone right, we're going to end up with, we've got a $6 million deficit, but 8 million is going to offset that?
Yes, ma'am,
So we'll end up with a 2 million surplus?
to the good. 2 million to the good, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So you end up with a balanced budget with a surplus, basically. Instead of a deficit, you end up with a balanced budget and a surplus at the end of the year.
Okay. All right, I'll come back to that. And that's all I had.
Okay, Mrs. Potteet.
I'm good.
All right, last call for budget questions before she starts scrolling through the comp plan. All right, let's start scrolling. We got 40-something pages. Anyone wants to shout out scores periodically, go ahead. No? Or people are taping at home? Don't spoil it.
Nobody wants to know the score right now. Okay, we're going to jump into
What is the score right now?
the compensation plan. Into the compensation plan. And so as we go through this, we want to talk about what our commitment was. So we made the commitment to the board that we were going to maintain pay for all of our employees, and ensure that our employees did not lose compensation while we worked to balance the budget, as we consolidated campuses, as we shifted responsibilities, and that we wanted to be able to have a compensation plan that also matched with presenting a balanced budget to also stabilize the fund balance. So we're going to kind of walk through some of these. A lot of the changes, there's not a whole lot of changes to the compensation plan. In keeping with that, many of the changes do have to do with some year updates in the system. There are some procedural items that we have edited and updated as a district just to ensure that it complies with policy and our actual practices. So that's just some of the front matter. I want to start out here. Let me make that a little bit bigger because.
Hold on, before you jump into that, did any board members have any questions on the words before we get to the numbers? There are a bunch of red lines to the words.
Oh,
Nope. just-
overtime
just-
compensation is in there, and I had a question.
Okay, nope, let's do that. Scroll
Okay.
back before we get too far. Hold on.
That's on page,
There we go. All right, it's up on our screens now.
page 5.
Okay. Oh, that's really- All right, go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
And I
Answer
was
the
just going to
question
ask,
about
what do we spend overtime for?
Overtime is paid for,
Are there certain categories that we tend to use it more for? Are there certain?
there are certain departments that tend to use it more than others.
Yes, there's going to be more, certain departments that use it more, and these are going to be the departments that maybe have less help, like maybe like bus drivers
Okay,
or custodians at a campus that position hasn't been filled. This overtime is only for non-exempt employees. That means these are the people that are hourly employees. They clock in. Once they reach that 40-week, over that 40-week period, they get overtime. But right now, we have implemented for most departments that they will take the comp time before overtime is paid out to them. And this is all by supervisor approval.
But if it comes to something like bus drivers, we need to have them.
We do.
So there's no comping that.
No, yeah, that would be a department that would go straight into the overtime instead of the comp time.
Okay, so it's not like we can zero out overtime where,
No, ma'am. I don't think we could, I don't think we could actually potentially zero out completely comp time. Zero out overtime. I do think that it would help a lot if we could fully staff our transportation department with bus drivers. And so in a perfect world, if every allocation was filled, Mr. Brooks knows the struggle. If every allocation was filled, then yes, you could probably come very close to zeroing out your comp time. So, but however, there are other areas where comp time, where overtime is being taken, and there are ways in which we can adjust schedules, we can use comp time, and various departments where we could control the expenses for that in a much better fashion. However, there is a need for some overtime pay, and we recognize that, and that's why we said it is incorporated in the line items, because we recognize there will be overtime pay that's going to be needed. However, we are working to not only fill the positions that we need to, but also work with all of our directors to help limit that time. And then any of those areas where people can take comp time over the overtime pay, it helps the district a lot. And
so
in
just
fact,
get it down as much as we
gets
can
it
to
down.
only
And
what's
we've been able
absolutely
to do
vital.
that quite a bit from last year at the 1.5 million back down to the 980. A lot of that is in comp time.
Okay.
That people have not had overtime pay.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on the Word portions of the document? The first couple pages? Just on the first couple pages of words before we get to the, no questions on that? Okay, now you can go to the first numbers
All right,
page.
so first one we want to talk about is the teacher compensation plan scale. And we do want to talk about the steps that you see here. So built within the budget, it does account for the steps. So we have a step plan for our teachers, we have a step plan for our counselors, nurses, and librarians, and also for our bus drivers. So within the budget, those steps are built in. So for example, if you, this was your 7th year of teaching, you just completed your 7th year of teaching, next year you would move to 8. And your daily rate would go up from the daily rate of a 7-year teacher to a daily rate of an 8-year teacher. So those steps still remain. We have built that into the budget that we have presented to you, so those pieces will be there. I do want to point out that we do have the teacher compensation separated from the teacher, counselor, nurses, librarian due to House Bill 2 last year, and the funds that you have to be able to teach students in order to receive the mandatory raise based on the 3 years, the 5 years, and so on that the state brought forward. So the compensation plans match up to the point at which that deviates based on your role within the district. So that's why they are on 2 separate pages. That was added after the House Bill 2 went into effect.
I guess, to go back to Ms. Wood's question, which we are allowed to talk about because it's on the agenda. The 5,000, let's say you're an 11-year teacher, the 5,000 we were given from the state got divided into 187. So that's why the daily rates
That's incorporated
on
into
this
the daily
one
rate. Yes, ma'am.
are because that is
That is incorporated into the
TRA-specific
daily
money
rate.
on there.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
to get that money, you move to a classroom, and then
Correct.
you'd move over to this scale.
Correct.
For
So if
anybody
you
who's
were
on
to
that
take
other
that
scale.
out, the scales are the same.
Are the same, so, okay.
Where do they fit in, the academic trainers? Where
The
would
next
they?
slide. Next page.
They fall into the nurse, librarian, counselors, and other listed. So our academic trainers and so on fall onto this pay scale.
And can I ask at this point if they receive the master's stipend or not?
If they have a master's degree, then they would receive the master's stipend, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think there's some confusion because people, you had to have been in Judson for a while to understand how this all kind of got, messed up. They were trying to incentivize, like we had, right? We want math teacher. You know what the best thing in Veterans Memorial? Have a math teacher with a master's in math and a master's in education, right? Boom, that's the best secondary math teacher you're gonna have, right? So we incentivize by giving 2 different stipends. Awesome, we're gonna give you one for your master's, and if you're teaching math and it's a math degree, we're gonna give you a second stipend. And so that's where those 2 came from, and all the essentially double dipping started.
Correct.
But except everybody in elementary then with a master's was getting it because they're like, oh, we're elementary and we have a master's and I teach elementary. So then that became double dipping also. So it kind of defeated the purpose, was more at that secondary specialized, someone have a master's in science, a master's in the career field or whatever that they were teaching in secondary. So we had grandfathered it for a year, right? And then now that second master's stipend where you were double dipping off one master's is now going away, right?
It is not gone,
Oh, no.
because the
Okay.
board action last year was that everyone would continue to receive the $1,500
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
through this end of this school year for that master's degree in your teaching field, and then at that point, it would go to $500.
You're right.
So if you have a master's degree and then you are also teaching in your field, you would get essentially $2,000, $1,500 for the master's, and if you're teaching in the field that your master's is in, you would receive $500. So that is still there.
And that's the same for whether you are a teacher on the teacher pay scale or a counselor,
Correct.
nurse, librarian, and all others.
Correct. It
So
is
that's
on,
the
it
same
is on, this
both.
is on both of these compensation
Okay.
plans here. So that is based on board action, so that would be, and that was simply stated last year that it was kind of an incentive that we're allowing you to keep that for one more year, and then it is coming back to the $500.
Going back to 500. Okay.
One thing, and I'm definitely not going to turn around during this statement, but part of what has occurred is, and this is going to sound really obvious, but you can't have a bunch of people and have your base pay at a really competitive rate and pay everybody 2 or 3. I mean, I would love to have a Starbucks at every Shell station on the way home, where I got a good Starbucks, not that other stuff. But you just can't have that. So, it's this balance, and that's why every year, that's what a budget is. It's this, we can't have everything, so we're like, where's the right line? And you all, by doing the tough thing that you did in the last 90 days, created some breathing room, $29 million worth of breathing room. And you should be proud of that. Because, it's hard, but you got the water like right below the eyeballs to maybe right below the nose. Maybe, maybe you could, next we're bringing in some air, and we're gonna try to get it below the mouth. And in today's world, you never get it below the chin. Like that's called Texas public schools. Water levels are gonna be right at your chin with you on your tiptoes. That's where it is now. But anyway, I don't know. You did good work to kind of get some breathing room here where we can even have this conversation. But I want to caution you, just because you got close, don't start adding everything back that got us here in the first place. That's my caution.
Hold on, I think I saw Ms. Lee flagging me down over here. Yes, question on the teacher, or we'll deal with the teacher or the nurse, librarian, counselor, or others listed pages.
Yeah, my question is, how are we doing, with the other district doing this too, like the double dipping stipend thing? Is it just us, or?
No, this is just the game, so,
Yeah.
but that's why, and Ms. Lee, it's a good question, because there's no right or wrong answer to this. You kind of have to constantly be checking with your peers to see what everybody.
We did a TASB
Yeah, see
stipend
what
study,
everybody's
and
doing.
there was a wide variety, where there were some that don't offer anything at all in our
Right.
area, and then there were some that had 1 or 2 that had some weird
Yeah.
stuff like us, and then most of the people were right there in the middle. So when we did some of these changes, whenever we did them, some of that was based off both the TASB pay survey had that data in it from 2 years ago, and then I think stipend.
And the
might have had it.
24-25 year is the year that we did the study with TASB, and this was some of their recommendations, like they were a little bit out of line, in that it was a double dip because you're essentially, you have the one master's degree and you're getting it twice. And so some of these modifications were made based on that.
But yeah, there's not, 90% of the districts are not giving a $3,000 stipend. That is not right.
Correct.
You know,
Correct,
I-
and some districts are not giving it anymore at all.
That's exactly right. And I want to like use this moment to talk about, like, you're going to need to make a decision for this year. And then one of the things that our reports have said a couple of times, and I just want to remind you, is I think if we can look back the last 48 months, you all would make a decision, and then you would decide that that decision wasn't exactly perfect, and then you would modify your decision within the budget year, and then you would kind of like, oh, that's not perfect, and then you would modify the decision that you modified your decision, and then we've got 6 motions stacked on top of each other, and we don't even know how to unwind it. And I'm just speaking freely. I mean, we've all talked about this. So it's not now, but next year, to really study this like robustly in the spring and try to get this comp plan exactly the way you want it. It won't be perfect, but like get it right where we think it's going to be. TRE is going to have passed. We're going to have a little breathing room. We're going to have, like all these things are going to be positives. And then do your best to not change it throughout the whole year. Don't do a budget amendment to change the comp plan. Whatever you decide in June of 2027, try to live with it until June of 2028. That's my recommendation. Get it so right that you don't need a change during the year.
I also would like to add that when we look at our compensation plan right now, one of the things we committed to in the beginning of the year is that we were going to keep everybody whole. Nobody was going to lose any money. And I want to thank the board for putting the 10 days back for the principals and the principals' secretaries. We said we were going to make this budget work by vacant positions and consolidation and all the things that we did before. And so if you look at the compensation plan, that's why we're not recommending taking any of the existing stipends off, because this year has been a challenging year for everyone. And we're in a situation right now where it is a little bit more expensive to have a family, to have a life, to pay your bills, et cetera. And so we don't want to complicate that, and that's why our recommendation is we can balance the budget, but we don't have to balance it on the back of our employees. We can just keep with everything we have and then wait 1 year and let's see how the Vader comes out, as Dr. Gibson said, and let's see where we stand, and then we'll come back and address this at that time.
Oh, and I found the TASB survey, so just so everybody has the data, and we can send this back out. So there was 15 districts in our area. 14 of them were giving just one master's stipend. The median was $1,500. No one was giving a second $500 or $1,500, but there were 4 districts that had a targeted secondary math or secondary science extra stipend, but that was only 4 out of the 15. The other 11 weren't giving anything, so only the only the $1,500. So those decisions were even above what the TASB average was, so.
Can I still ask?
Yes, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Now, out of just curiosity, because I know you guys really dig into this, how many, I'm not sure if you have it, but how many does receive the double dipping?
We can get that information for you. We'll be happy to.
Oh, okay.
We'll be happy to pull that, and we can identify for you the specific number of people. I don't believe that would take a couple minutes, but we can get it to you, not tonight, but if we can get it to you in Friday notes, we can let you know how many people are receiving both.
Because I just want to know how much savings,
Sure.
for like that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Ms. Jones,
Yes,
go
ma'am.
ahead.
Did we ever go back and look at the employees that were receiving stipends to make sure they were receiving the correct ones and not ones that maybe didn't apply anymore if they changed positions?
We have been looking at all of those things very, very closely. So that's some of the cleanup that we are doing on the HR side, and identifying some of the cleanup is also even people listed doing one job, and they're listed in the system as doing a completely different job, but it was on the same pay scale, so it wasn't caught. So those are the pieces when I was talking about position control that we will have in place next year, where you're not going to be able to place someone, you're not going to be able to make that move if someone transfers to a different position in the district without going through all of those steps to make sure those components are there. The system will not let you do it. So we're building that in. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and just because I'm on a roll, at the time we did the stipend study last year, we had 277 people who were getting the double stipend.
Okay.
So, sorry, I just happen to have my laptop open. So I'm sure that number has changed since then, but that's what it was when we did the stipend study.
And we'll give you an updated number on that.
Perfect. Okay, anything else from this side? All right, Ms. Canoyer, anything on teacher, or this, I figured this is the one everybody might have questions on.
Not on pay scale.
Okay. Anything else on the teacher or the counselor, nurse, librarian? Ms. Stanford? Go
I'm
ahead.
just curious if our academic trainers still are on a teacher contract?
Yes, they are on a professional educator contract.
Okay.
All of, yes.
Okay.
Not teacher.
Not teacher.
Professional
Our professional educator.
which
All of our teachers,
encompasses a lot of people.
our librarians, our academic trainers, all of those are on a professional educator contract.
So teachers and nurses, librarians are all under.
They're all on the, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, keep scrolling.
As far as the other scales, the changes here we made, there are no changes made here to pay structure, days, et cetera. There's a couple of positions that no longer exist in the district that have been removed. And then with the stipends, I want to point out a couple of things as I drill down here. So number one, we are going to start here with the Wagner feeder pattern for teachers. It still exists. For those individuals who were hired prior to the 24-25 school year. However, anyone that was hired after that school year based on board action no longer is ineligible to receive that stipend. So only teachers hired in the 24-25 school year and prior receive the Wagner feeder pattern stipend. They will continue to do that. There are approximately 276 people receiving that stipend right now out of the entire feeder pattern. If they leave the district or leave the feeder pattern, obviously that stipend is removed. However, that stipend still remains for everyone that was currently receiving it, but it is not being offered to anyone going forward. That was one of the decisions made by the board in 24-25. And the wording that we took out there had to do with the clarification, because in order for things to be based on eligibility for TRS, the stipends have to be based on performance. And so we put that clarification in there that we have to have at least 80% ADA to show that we are doing extra things at those campuses in order for our students to succeed in the feeder pattern so that they would be eligible to be incorporated into their TRS eligibility. We are taking that statement out because it is no longer being offered to anyone new in the district. However, the justification does apply based on those that it was applied to originally, but the feeder pattern stipend remains even though it is not being offered to anyone that would be hired in that feeder pattern at this point.
It's grandfathered.
It is grandfathered, yes, ma'am. It is grandfathered, and consequently, Ms. Ryan just mentioned also about the secondary math and teacher science stipend. We do have a grandfathered math, a secondary math and teacher science stipend of $1,500, and I believe there's 71 individuals that are still receiving that. Now, the individuals receiving that had to have been hired in the prior to the 2020-2021 school year. So we still have 71 people receiving that stipend, but no one is eligible for that stipend as they come in. So those are two stipends on here that only apply for past history and for grandfathering.
Can I ask about your double asterisks? I don't think that's right. Because that says campus teacher positions only.
Yes, the master's degree and doctoral stipends are not applied to anyone other than teachers.
Wait, no.
Or campus teacher positions. So they have to be on a campus teacher position, which would be anything in the teacher, counselor, nurse, and librarian category. There are a few individuals in the district who have been grandfathered. However, that was based on district decision. It is not, I do not receive a doctoral stipend, and anyone
Oh,
at
correct.
central office that
No,
has a
I'm just-
master's or doctorate does not
I'm just
receive that
debating
stipend.
the wording of it because it appears by the wording to conflict with, it looks like it only applies to this scale.
Instead of the other scale.
In reality, it applies to this scale
We can
too.
edit that to say, and actually, probably what it should say is professional educator, or we can make it teacher, counselor, nurse, librarian, and other positions, so that it matches the two
Just
pages. Because it
matches
is
the two
eligible
things.
to
Okay.
the individuals on those 2 pages. Those are the individuals that are receiving those stipends.
Yeah, I don't want someone to go to this page and not this page.
That may be older wording
and be-
before we had to split
Perfect.
it, because the original comp plan, all the teachers were on one. So we will edit the wording
Okay.
to indicate that they are eligible for those.
Both those
Yes.
scales. Perfect, thank you.
Those individuals on those pay scales are eligible for that stipend.
Okay, any other questions on this page?
Just one really quick about the Wagner stipend. So you're saying that we're going to be paying these 277 employees just in perpetuity for as long as they're with Judson?
That
They
has
get
been the
15
decision of the board, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
And of course, unfortunately, all stipends,
Now, we
all
do
things can
have-
be looked at any year,
Right.
depending on. Well, because there's other things, there's a lot of school districts doing a lot of creative things with money, right? There's pay for performance plans, enhanced TIA, and all different things, and strategic staffing, and applying funds toward the best strategic planning, considering supply and demand economics of the labor force, is something I think next year we definitely have to look at, because there may be something that's different and gets a better return on investment in some of these categories. So everything will be back on the table, but it'll all be student-focused, so.
So the large amount of redlining here has to do with items that were voted on last year as employee one-time incentive for the 25-26 school year. This was a sign-on for incentive for SPED and bilingual teachers, SPED and bilingual paras, and Wagner feeder, pattern, and J-care instructional or educational aides. So those were a one-time incentive that were provided in the compensation plan as such, and being that the 25-26 school year has ended, that is being removed from the comp plan. In addition, the principal performance stipend was something that was developed specifically for the 25-26 school year, and that is also being removed from the comp plan. How many people are receiving the Wagner aid
No,
and J-care?
that one time, yes, this part right here with the one time only.
The principal one?
The principal one or the?
No, the bilingual teachers, paras, and the 8,
We would have to get that number for you, however, that
and
was,
how much
that was, yeah.
savings too?
We will have to get the numbers of individuals that were receiving that, because it was voted to be a one-time only.
One time, okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Oh, do you have?
Yeah, I have
Oh,
the
you have
amount.
the number.
It's about 270,000 savings.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Amanda.
Just bump me out of the way. You have the number, I'm glad.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at, I don't know what page it is. The counselors, we are paying a $1,500 stipend to counselors, and I assume that is elementary and middle school?
This
Yeah,
right,
you're right there.
right
Yeah.
here? The counselor, the stipends,
And I-
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we paying any kind of a stipend to librarians?
Yes, ma'am. The librarians also receive a stipend, but you know what, they do, I believe is it still here, or did we get rid of the stipend?
I'm trying to find
I
it.
want to say it may not be here, because one of the cuts in previous years was to eliminate, but we eliminated the lead librarian stipend, because we no longer have a lead librarian. But I believe the librarian stipend was kept in here.
I don't remember there being one other than the lead librarian in the last couple years.
that's why I was asking.
Because they were getting just,
They were
got
getting the master's degree stipend, that's what it was.
stipend.
They received the master's degree stipend, and I think that
Plus
it was
masters in
removed
their
several years
area.
ago, because that was one of those double in the 24-25 year, but I will go back and look and see when that was removed, because it was there at one time.
So my question is, our counselors and our librarians and our academic trainers did not qualify for the classroom teacher big fat bonus that was given. So our counselors are getting an amount over. They're getting $1,500 for that. They're getting a $1,500 master's stipend and the $500 because they're teaching in their master's field, right?
I'm not sure if they receive, we will double check on the 500. I'm not sure they receive that one.
Well, they're on
but
that pay
I will
scale,
double
so they
check.
should be, right?
They are on the pay scale. I'm not sure that is the definition of that, but we will double check
Okay.
on that piece.
So
It's
my
how it's
concern is
listed
about
in
our
payroll,
academic
so how it's
trainers
listed in payroll.
who aren't getting anything extra except maybe their masters. And I don't know that their masters may not be in something that's considered teaching in their field.
Sure.
And I listen because I think our academic trainers are doing a heck of a job. They're important. They're really moving the bar in some of our campuses and really doing something. So I'd really like to see us have the same kind of stipend for our academic trainers that we're giving to our counselors.
Or at least an incentive, maybe.
Yeah,
Okay, so just to be clear, you want that just for the academic trainers?
for the academic trainers
Okay.
who, because they're left out of that, the big bonus that
Well, there's
the
no
campus teachers
master's
got.
required to be an academic trainer in Judson. And two, there's also, specifically with counselors, there are state licensing requirements, including additional hours. They have to do clinical internships. None of that is required of an academic trainer. An academic trainer is simply a certified teacher. There's no other requirements. They don't have to get certified in anything else. They don't have to do extra hours. They don't, not required, I'm saying required for the certificate. I'm not saying you don't do extra hours, you do. But nothing else is required. The requirements to be a counselor in the state of Texas are far more extensive. So that's
Well, I
why
could argue that-
stipend exists in all the other districts. And by the way, most of the other districts are getting rid of their academic trainers anyway, so I don't think, there's not really a shortage of them in the state of Texas right now, especially not in our area.
Excuse me, this is my point here.
Sorry, I
You're
thought you were-
interrupting me.
I thought you were
I could
finished, ma'am,
argue,
so I
excuse me.
apologize.
I
I'm trying
could
to
ar-
apologize. You don't have to be rude to me. thought you had
You are
finished.
still interrupting me. Please stop
Okay.
talking. I could argue that counselors shouldn't receive a master's stipend because their job requires it. I'm not arguing that because I think they do a lot of work. But we do have these academic trainers who are not receiving anything, and yet they're going above and beyond. And I would like to see them receive at least the $1,500 that our counselors are getting. And that's my point.
Yeah, one thing, just in with a balanced budget mindset, this discussion is great, and the budget is a plan. If those $1,500, Ms. Canoyer, I'm just going to use that, I'll get the numbers wrong, but I'm just going to use it as an example. If you stack enough of those up that it equals $100,000, then they need to go reduce one FTE, well, whatever the math.
It's 51,000. 1,500 times 34 academic trainers
Okay,
would be
so they-
51,000.
So it's about a half a FTE needs to be reduced in that category of professional support.
Well, we have a 2 million
That's what I was thinking.
buffer.
Okay, I'm just saying with a balanced budget mindset, you got to, it's a trade-off. Just always remember things are a trade-off in
Yeah,
the budget.
and I'll
Doesn't-
remind, board action was that position was going away. So we have eliminated that as a new position, and no new things will be filled. That was board
Okay.
action 6-1 or 7-0
All right.
last year, those are diminishing returns. We will
Let me
not
I'll just
add
back-
new academic trainers. So it's not, and we have no vacancies in them because they're diminishing returns. So
I didn't
generally, when
understand
you
that part,
apply,
so-
we voted last year, there's no new academic trainers. That was board action as part of the cost reductions.
Okay, now,
Because we didn't see academic
It was
return.
probably a bad time for me to make an
Yeah.
example of a bad example, but I'm sticking with the concept of a
Yes.
budget is a
Budget.
trade-off.
Correct.
And you can't say we want a balanced
Yes.
budget and go.
Well, and supply and demand economics. If you have enough of a commodity, then you don't pay a premium for it,
Yeah.
right? So we're not short of academic trainers, so
I was
I don't know why we,
making, yeah,
go-
I wasn't trying to
yeah.
make that point, although I hear what you're saying, more of it's trade-off.
correct.
My
We'd be reversing
apologies.
the decision that the board already made. so.
My apologies to the academic trainers who might be hearing this as a lack of appreciation for you. That is not the case.
Nobody said that. Do not
No,
put
I'm
words in
saying-
anyone's
I said
mouth,
it may
Ms.
be
Stanford.
interpreted that way, and I hope you're not hearing it that way.
Well, I want
I
to,
think Mrs. Lee was trying, or,
well, okay, that's fine, now.
no, let's go to you, and then if, now, look, Dr. Gibson.
No, because we're talking about academic trainers now. I'm just curious with all the principals up here, because on my area, when I talk to my schools, academic trainers are really essential, and that's the one thing that they asked to not get rid of. So all of you, I just want a show of hands, like how, academic trainers are important and you guys don't want to, get rid of it. I'm just curious on that one.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to turn down free labor, right? Like, nobody's going to say, I don't want an extra person. So I'm pretty sure they're all
Well,
going to say yes there. They're all
yes,
going to
so
say yes.
that's-
Raise your hand if they're important on your
Correct.
campus.
Because that's the thing that
Again,
I'm
they're all
having.
gonna say yes, 'cause they don't wanna lose a
Okay,
person.
I know, and now we're down to 34, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to on the outside world, any company, if someone is training someone, I know it's because it's hard to train someone. They give an extra money for them to train these new hires. So that's my, that's kind of my way of thinking in regards with this, where I see firsthand and witness how much academic trainers is important to the school. I know we were trying to get a return of investment or something, but if that is something that we can agree on for those 34 remaining, and we see the actual, scores later on, then maybe we can decide.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is that something that once we get scores, right? And we can do an actual ROI, where did we have academic trainers? Did we actually see improvements in scores of those? Is that something, can we amend the compensation plan in September or October if that's what we wanted to do? Once we see actual data and actual ROI?
Because the thing
And
that
then that
I'm,
could be backdated?
because the thing that I'm having a hard time is that when I'm talking to not only new teachers, but the veteran teachers, how much, they, academic trainers help them too, especially on middle school, on how, because sometimes veteran teachers have their own way and they don't want change. That's just the reality of it. But then when if a teacher wants to really, help, because the kids' language nowadays are different from way back on my time or my kids' time. It's at Metzger, it seems like when they change that language and that teacher changes to that veteran teacher, somehow the kids, cooperate with them and start learning. So that's how I'm having a hard time with, getting rid of them completely if they are really important on the campus itself.
Well, I don't think we're getting rid of them completely. I think we're talking about whether they should get a stipend on a return of investment. So for example, let's say Metzger, let's use Metzger as an example. We had academic trainers there. 6th grade RLA went from 64% passing down to 49% passing. So we could,
Because this is my
Spend that money
having a
somewhere
hard
else.
time when it comes to numbers. I know they don't lie, but every number has a story itself. We have a turnover at 6th grade. That's why there's a lot of teachers that really we lost on 6th grade itself, math and English, all the important core classes. So I know we wanted a successful outcome of it. Okay,
Madam Chair, may I?
yes, go ahead.
One
And
of
then
the things.
I didn't know if Dr. Gibson had something else, so the two of you work it
Okay.
out.
One of the things I'm hearing is that we want to take a look at how we can value and honor our employees. And in this conversation, we're talking about the academic trainers. But we also talked about the opportunity to enhance a compensation for our employees, and we talked about it in the Vader that we would like to go for in the fall. And we also took a look at where we are in our budget process right now and not trying to incur any other additional expenses. So I'd like the board to consider the opportunity to revisiting this if and when we go for the VADR and the VADR passes, to add the academic trainers in that part for a compensation stipend, as well as an increase for our employees as well. That way that can be covered under that, and we don't mess with our budget because our budget is tight. We say we have 2 million. Yes, we do have 2 million. But what happens if a big expense comes up and we need that money for something else? We want to plan for a rainy day as well. And so that's what I'd like the board to consider. But whatever the board chooses to decide, absolutely, we'll follow through with it. It's not that we don't value our academic trainers, but there's other areas of our employees around our district that we value too, that no one else is getting any additional compensation. So how do we say it's okay to give additional compensation to one group and not additional compensation to another?
I think that's really good. I just want to put an exclamation point. And I kind of half joked at the last workshop, but I said 26, 27 is not a year for good ideas in Judson. And that's kind of what, just get it balanced, get the water level where we can breathe, and then let's study everything. And let's see what happens with the TRE. And let's have a robust discussion the whole year for the 27, 28 budget. Not like right here in the last 10 days, literally.
I'd also like to say something really quick. I do value our academic trainers. I think that the work that they do is wonderful and it's great, and I appreciate what they do. But from a budgetary standpoint, and unfortunately, this is where all of my decision-making has been for the last several months. It is a numbers game. When you have just balanced your home budget, you're not going to go and start adding additional costs when you just balanced it, because you don't know what's going to happen 6 months down the line. You don't know what's going to happen a year down the line. We don't know if the TRE is going to pass or the VADR is going to pass. If it does, then yes, this is absolutely something we can revisit. But I think that was a big problem that we had last year was, well, we'll just keep adding or we won't cut anything because the VADR is going to solve it. The VADR will pass and it'll be okay. So, yeah, it's only, how much was it, Ms. Stanford? An additional 400,000 or 50,000? Things like that add up because, again, it's, well, what about our librarians? I would love to give a stipend to our librarians as well. What about our paras that absolutely need that extra bump as well? Can we give them an extra stipend in some way, form? Because they also deserve to be recognized. Can we continue on the stipend for our bilingual people? Because we absolutely need to keep those people and we need to bring more in. But the fact is that this is not the time to start adding to our budget.
I'm going to even extend, Ms. Petit, if I may. I'm going to challenge you all to adopt that comp plan in April of 2027. Not June. Not 15 days before all the numbers have to be completely, how about a month ahead of time? In other words, we've talked about it November, December, January, February, March. No month is not a budget workshop because we're, constantly evaluating, and then we're ready in April. We've had a robust discussion, multiple touch points the whole year, and we're ready. The comp plan is rock solid. Maybe April's pushing it, but definitely May. By May, this is kind of settled, and not do this right here at the last minute. Because what I think I've observed, and I apologize for just being straightforward, but something gets squeezed right under the wire, just like what's about to happen, and then there's an adjustment in August, and then there's an adjustment to the adjustment in September, and then it just starts this. But what about librarians? But what about, and then y'all just make budget amendment, and then it's just throw the budget up in the air. It doesn't matter what we adopted. We've amended it so many times, no one can keep up.
Exactly.
I'm just speaking straight because we're trying to get out of this.
And these are not decisions we want to make. If we had the funds, of course, we would be paying these out to you guys because we We want to appreciate our staff. We do appreciate our staff, but we are just not in the position to do it.
Let me just say this for everybody watching. Y'all appreciate your staff so much, you were about to run this district into bankruptcy.
Exactly.
You were at 91%, 91%. So that's how much you appreciate your staff. So let's be crystal clear. So we've got to learn to appreciate our staff in the 84% love range rather than the 91%. And 83 would even be better, Amanda, right? And yeah, but we'll go with 84. We'll take 84.
Yeah, and essentially, just to wrap it up, every penny counts. I know 50,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but again, that can snowball so quickly. And that's what scares me about changing any of this comp plan right now, because it is right under the wire. It is, we're in June, and we're in a deficit, and I am so sorry. I wish I could compensate all of you guys the way that you deserve to be, but we have to think responsibly with our money. We hope for the best, but we have to plan for the worst. And historically, at least in the last few years, we haven't been great at that, so this adjustment is going to be hard. You plan for the worst, but you hope for the best. So hopefully we can get this passed in November, and we can relook at this then. But until then, I don't think it's wise to start nickel and diming and adding more money into the budget when we just got it balanced. It's too new, it's too fresh, it's too fragile. So, thank you.
Okay, more comments? Go ahead,
Yes.
Ms. Grenard.
I'd like to know, Ms. Jones, where you stand on this, because I'm not going to make a motion if it's not going to pass.
I don't, right now with where we are, I don't agree with changing what the district's brought to us.
So I'm really sorry if anybody felt disrespect from our board president in the way she framed, in the way that she framed this discussion. We just got through talking about academics and how important it was that our academics improve. Our academic trainers are an absolute part of what happens every day on the campus that makes that difference. I appreciate you. I can't get this done. I'm very sorry. I think it's important. If it were me, you'd have it.
But just because I don't agree to adding on does not mean they're not appreciated. So I just want to make that known. This is from a budget standpoint and doing what's best for the district.
There are
That
ways
does
to,
not-
I'm
But
sorry.
that does not mean they're not appreciated.
There are ways to frame it, and that wasn't what was happening.
I know, I was just stating for myself with the way I would vote, that they are appreciated. It's just budget-wise, we can't do it right
Correct.
now.
And we are waiting, they are finishing their academic plan for next year based on these scores. And we have to be able to put money where the students need it. And Dr. Saunders already said this. This isn't about adult comfort. This is about being laser focused on what every individual kid needs. And that has not been fleshed out to fidelity at this point. Y'all are working on it. You've been working on it all week, and you're going to keep working on it next week and the week after, right? But that's not there yet. Every penny has to go to what is going to have the biggest return on investment of those kids. What's going to teach math to that third grader the best? And we haven't figured that out yet. And we're going to, but if all the pennies are gone, then when you come up with that great idea, all of a sudden we don't have it anymore. And that's not what's best for kids. So, and some of us are staying very student need focused. And that's where the budget has to be focused, because it hasn't been focused there the last couple of years.
Well, I was also in favor of adding an incentive to academic trainers because of what happened and how it all happened when the money came through for teachers. But I will bring this back up if we can get a Vader passed. I will circle back around, since I hear that's what people are leaning toward. Then that won't be forgotten. Because I know, I think I could ask Dr. Saunders, Dr. Tuppen, would you agree that academic trainers are pretty vital to what we're trying to do?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Okay, so I will bring that back, and it'll be for more than 1,500 at that time.
And we will incorporate that into the feedback as we sit down and we begin to discuss what that looks like going forward when we provide additional presentations to the board moving forward and looking at how those Vader dollars can look and when we look at those pennies and how they can be used. So we will take note of those pieces and be sure to bring that back to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it okay? Oh, okay. Because I don't know, I'm still having a hard time wrapping it up on my head. Because from my understanding as well, some assistant principals came from academic trainer, isn't it? It's kind of like a leadership step up.
Those were the academic coaches once we had an open assistant principal position because an academic coach and an assistant principal had the same job qualifications, a master's and a thing. So there were
Okay.
10 academic coaches. We moved to AP positions this year, or at least like 9 of them moved.
But still, that still says something for a leadership position. So it seems like I'm having a hard time for them stepping up for that leadership they're aiming if we're kind of like going down and not paying them the right thing. Because any company, I don't know, any company, isn't in the military too? Like there's a step, how many years you're in, and then you have promotion and something. So that's the thing that I'm having a hard time for academic trainers.
Well, I think that's confusing. It's not a promotion to be an academic trainer. It's a different job.
But they're administrators as well,
They
though,
are not,
right?
no, they have no administrative responsibilities. They don't have administrator certificate, or they're not required to. Some of them might, but they're not required to have a master's.
But they're
and
part
not
of the
required-
team, though. There you
They're
go.
not, no,
It's
they're
like-
not part of the administrative team, correct, Dr. J?
They are, because
They're-
I've witnessed, that's the
They're not
thing that
campus admin. They don't fall, just be
So-
clear in the budget, they're not on campus
No,
administration.
they're not coded.
They're not coded. They are not
We've already cleared,
administrators.
yeah,
Yeah.
we've got this
They
cleared.
can't, they
So
can't,
do we need
do
to
ARDs
like
or anything
code
else.
them right then, so
No,
that
they're
we?
coded correctly
They
with
are
what
coded
they're
correctly.
supposed to be now.
So
right?
do we have to
They
limit
are.
like their duties then?
Absolutely.
That's my-
Maybe.
they can't facilitate ARDs, like an academic coach used to be an administrator who could do ARDs, so no, they can't, there are a lot of administrator functions that they cannot
So
do. That
what-
was a big issue.
So.
Could I offer a little bit of clarification? So academic trainers are not part of the administrative team. They are definitely part of the leadership team. Those are two very different things. So administrators hold certifications to be able to do things like T-tests, ARDs, discipline, special education, 504, all of those pieces, right? Those are our principals and our assistant principals and our academic deans. Our academic trainers are part of the campus leadership team because they help voice concerns about teacher need, teacher professional development, support, and back to Ms. Jones' question earlier when we were talking about academics, she asked a very good question about what do these conversations sound like when teachers may need a different kind of conversation? The academic trainer is the one who stands in that gap. We don't go from a teacher struggling in September to a growth plan in November without an academic trainer providing all of those interventions along the way. So that is correct. They are not part of the administrative team, but they are absolutely a crucial, vital person on the campus leadership team.
Them being coded the way that they were coded a year ago led to a lot of community confusion about the district being perceived as overstaffed in administration. So we had to get that cleared up.
They are properly coded as professional support in the district as teacher facilitators, because that is the role that they perform in the district, as they facilitate that process. As Dr. Saunders said, they provide that gap between the teacher and the administration, and they help to lead there on the campus. So they are very much an important part of the process in terms of building up our students on the campus. So they are properly coded, but yes, the confusion goes back to when they were improperly coded, so it did make it look like we were very heavy on administration.
So do we have academic coaches in the district still?
We do not.
Then why are they on the comp plan?
The comp plan still has some of the older positions that are on there, but we do not currently have anyone in an academic coach position.
So I'm going to go ahead and make that motion because I want it on record. I move that we provide a $1,500 stipend for our, well, let's make it an incentive for this year only so that we can revise our comp plan later. So I move that we provide a $1,500 one-time incentive, lost my word, for academic trainers.
And I second that.
Motion by Ms. Canoyer, second by Ms. Stanford. Okay, additional discussion before we vote? Yeah, we have a lot of very important people working their butts off in this entire district. And until we look at everybody, I can't parcel out one group and tell every other of the 3,000 plus employees that only 37 are special tonight. I can't do that. That's disrespectful to the other 3,000 employees. So I'm a no. Any other discussion before we vote?
I feel it was disrespectful for the state of Texas not to provide the same kind of funding that they provided for teachers, for our academic trainers, and that's why I'm doing this.
Which is why we all need to get out and vote.
Yep. Everybody head to Austin. We're going to take a bus next time. Make sure somebody is writing a legislative bill that includes people like counselors and assistant principals, because y'all don't get paid nothing, right? APs are the lowest paid people per hour in our entire district, so they forget about you all every single time they do any sort of raises at the state.
I would like to clarify one thing for Ms. Canoyer, just based on your motion. A one-time incentive is not TRS eligible. I don't know if that matters or not, but we do
I think at
want
this point,
to
that's
make
what
that
we can
clear,
do.
that it is not TRS eligible if it's a one-time. So we just want to make sure that you're aware of that information. A stipend is eligible for performance-based, but a one-time is not. A one-time stipend is not eligible for TRS, but if it was a full-time stipend, it would be, yes, ma'am.
Oops, sorry, my microphone was not on. Sorry, motion does not pass. Okay, hold on, let me record. Okay, all right, can we switch back to Dr. Gosh's screen so we can go back through the last couple of pages of the regular comp plan? Okay, yep, that's where we were.
Those are the only changes that have been made to the comp plan beyond. So other than that, unless you have other additional questions that you would like us to answer related to the comp plan.
Okay. Any additional questions on the comp plan? Seeing none, I move that we approve the 26-27 Judson ISD comp plan as presented by district.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Mrs. Poteet. All right, we'll proceed to vote. Stanford, one more button. There we go. Okay, motion passes 5-1. Okay, and that wraps up our open session.
Ms. Ryan, if I may,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
The two individuals standing and have been standing at the podium are relatively new, with the things that they're doing. And so that's why, there's some guidance from myself and from Ms. Boswell. And I can't say enough about, and it's been a learning experience the last 90 days. Is that fair to say for all of us? But I will say this about the two of them. They will ask the right question and they will only ask it once because they got it.
No, I appreciate having a whole finance team working on all of this stuff, and it was a heroic thing, but we're watching the news, and we're watching other ISDs and what's hitting the news right now, and that's not us. Yep. So kudos to the whole team and all the principals. I know that they're putting you in some very uncomfortable positions right now. Y'all aren't getting as many people as you want to get and all that stuff, but trust the process. We got all summer, and that open communication feedback loop, we're going to make sure everybody has what they need in fall, and we will get there. Just patience with the process. So, all right, the board will now reconvene. I'm sorry, the board will now adjourn.
Excuse me, before you go through that, I would like to move that we postpone item 7B until Mr. Macias can be here at a meeting.
Okay, I have a motion to postpone 7B.
Yep.
Do I have a second?
I have a second on that.
All right, a motion by Ms. Canoyer and a second by Ms. Stanford. I will disagree with that. Mr. Macias was told to reach out to me about his presence tonight, and he still has not contacted me, and that was 4 days ago. So
He contacted Ms. Holmes.
attorneys are here to present, and this is informational only. There is no action tonight, so the lawyers will present the findings to
Not if the
board.
motion passes.
Yeah, I think out of respect, he should be here to have a discussion about him, just basic
Correct. So
respect.
it's not, I'm sorry, we're not discussing him. The attorneys are presenting the findings, just so if you weren't clear about what the agenda item was, so,
I am clear, but
Okay.
that's involving him, and he's not here.
okay. Yes, he did not contact me at all.
He had talked to me and Ms. Canoyer.
Yes,
and
he
you would
was
have been a
directed
fourth.
to contact me.
You would have been a
No,
fourth
that's
person.
not how that works, ma'am.
That's what an attorney
It is-
told me.
Okay,
Can we go ahead and vote, please?
yes. Any other discussion? All right, this is a motion to postpone, and so if you vote yes, we're not doing this tonight. If you vote no, we are doing this. All right, vote on the motion to postpone. Oops, sorry, hold on. Okay, motion does not pass. The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. And pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074, consultation with legal counsel and discussion regarding investigations of employee complaints alleging discrimination, harassment, and retaliation under Judson ISD policies DIA legal and DIA local involving trustee Jose A. Macias Jr. The time is now 8:43, and we are in closed session. Okay, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 10:01 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. All right, moving on to agenda item 8A. Can I get a motion on the personnel report?
I move that we approve the personnel report as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Canoyer, second by Ms. Stanford. And you can vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. There being no further
Ms. Ryan,
business.
I would like to make a motion to have a $1,500 incentive for academic trainers. I heard the wonderful dialogue, but it's on the agenda, so I'd like to make a motion to have an opportunity to vote on that item.
Yes, sir, that would be a motion
Second.
for reconsideration.
It's on the
And so
agenda
since you
now.
were not present,
It's on the agenda now,
Okay.
and it can be made, and I motioned, and Ms. Stanford seconded.
so, sir, just a moment so I can educate you on the process. So, sir, let's listen. Okay. A motion for reconsideration of something we already voted on at this meeting requires someone from the yes side to say they want it, which was not you because you were not here. So is one of the yeses, there were 3 yeses on that one. Ms. Canoyer and Ms. Stanford, either of you?
Yes.
Okay, then it requires one of the no's. So Mrs. Potteet, are you changing your mind?
Absolutely not.
I am not changing my mind. Mrs. Jones, are you changing your mind?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so
That is
sir?
not correct.
Okay.
That is not correct.
I've already checked with the lawyer, sir.
It was a motion that was made.
There being no
I was
further
not
business,
here.
this meeting
Ms.
is
Ryan, there's a
adjourned
motion and a
at
second on the floor.
10:03 PM.
Ms. Ryan, there's a motion and a second. Well, you can leave, but